Greetings, dear viewers. You're watching the fiction world. We have prepared something special for you today. What if Deku was sent to Jujutsu Kaisen after betrayal and formed a breeding harem with Maki, Nobara and all sorcerer girls? Your likes and subscriptions keep this channel alive. If you enjoy our content, please show your support. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Chapter 1, Dead on arrival. The rift spat him out 40 feet above the Shibuya crossing. Izuku Midoriya had exactly 2 seconds to process that he was falling through an unfamiliar sky toward unfamiliar concrete before his body took over. Years of combat training kicked in. He twisted mid-air, spotted a building ledge, grabbed it with fingers that screamed in protest, swung his momentum sideways, hit a lower awning, bounced, rolled, and crashed through a cafe table that exploded into splinters beneath him. He lay there for 3 heartbeats. Breathing. Checking for broken bones. Finding none. Then the screaming started. Not from him. From everywhere around him. People running, shoving, trampling each other to escape from something behind him. Izuku pushed himself up, glass and wood falling from his hair, and turned around. The thing was 3 stories tall. It looked like someone had taken a dozen human bodies and melted them together wrong. Limbs jutting at impossible angles, faces stretched across its torso like screaming masks, a mouth that split its entire head vertically and dripped something black and smoking onto the pavement. Where the liquid touched, concrete sizzled and dissolved. And standing between it and the fleeing crowd was a single girl with green hair and a polearm. She was losing. Izuku saw it immediately. Her stance was perfect, her speed was incredible, her technique was flawless, but she couldn't hurt it. Every strike she landed just made it angrier. She was buying time for civilians to escape, nothing more. And she knew it. He could see it in the set of her jaw, the way she'd already accepted she was going to die here. He'd seen that look in the mirror 3 days ago. His body moved before he could think. Sprinting across the debris-strewn street, vaulting over an overturned car, closing the distance in seconds. The girl heard him coming and shouted without looking. Stay back. This is a special grade curse, civilians need to evacuate. Not a civilian, Izuku called back, and then he was beside her, inside the monster's reach, and something happened. He didn't have one for all anymore. He'd felt it drain out of him on that alley floor in Muzurifu, pulled away by the Commission's extraction device while his former friends watched. He was quirkless again. Powerless. Worthless. Except right now, in this moment, facing this creature, he felt something surge up from his core. Something dark and crackling and hungry. Energy poured through his veins like liquid fire, concentrated in his fist without his permission, and when he punched the monster's descending arm, the limb exploded. Black ichor sprayed across the street. The creature reared back, screaming from all its stolen mouths simultaneously. Izuku stared at his fist. Green-black energy crackled around his knuckles, fading slowly, and he could feel more of it churning inside him. Building. Growing. What the hell was that? The girl was staring at him now, polearm half raised. What kind of cursed technique? You don't have any cursed energy. I checked when you approached. You were empty. But that attack, I don't know. Izuku shook his hand out. It ached but nothing was broken. I really don't know. But it worked, so let's talk about it after we kill this thing. She looked at him for one long second. Reading him. Then she grinned, sharp and fierce and hungry. Fine. Don't die. I don't want to explain your corpse to anyone. Same to you. They moved together. Izuku didn't know her style, didn't know her patterns, didn't know anything about fighting curses or cursed energy or whatever was happening to his body right now. But he knew combat. He'd spent 3 years at the most competitive hero school in his world, survived villains and wars and betrayals. His analytical mind was already working, processing her movements, finding the gaps she left, positioning himself to cover them. She fought like a demon. No wasted movement, no hesitation, every strike aimed at maximum damage. Her polearm spun and slashed and stabbed with a precision that made Izuku's breath catch. She was good. Maybe the best pure martial artist he'd ever seen. But she couldn't generate enough force to really hurt it. He could. They fell into a rhythm without speaking. She created openings, feinting high to draw its attention, sweeping low to unbalance its mass, using her polearm's reach to keep its remaining limbs busy. And he exploited those openings with strikes that released that strange dark energy in concentrated bursts. Each hit tore chunks out of the creature. Each hit made the energy inside him grow stronger, like the monster's destruction was feeding him. 3 minutes. 4. 5. The creature tried to retreat, melting into the shadows of a collapsed building. Izuku felt the energy spike in his core, felt it reach out almost magnetically toward the fleeing curse, and acted on instinct. He slammed both palms together, channeled everything he'd accumulated, and released it in a single unfocused blast. The building's shadow lit up green-black. The creature's death scream shattered windows for 2 blocks. Then silence. Izuku fell to one knee, gasping. The energy was gone, not drained, but spent, like he'd emptied a reservoir. He could already feel it starting to refill, tiny trickles seeping in from somewhere. Okay. The girl walked over, planted her polearm in the concrete, and leaned on it. She was breathing hard but her eyes were sharp and interested. Who the hell are you? Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. He pushed himself up. His legs were shaking but held. I don't know where I am. I don't know what that thing was. And I don't know what I just did. You don't know much, huh? I know you were about to die alone fighting that thing. He met her eyes. And I know you were going to keep fighting anyway. That was either very brave or very stupid. Both. She didn't seem offended. I'm Maki. Maki Zenin. And you're in Tokyo. That thing was a special grade cursed spirit, basically a monster born from negative human emotions concentrated over time. They're getting more common. And what you just did. She studied his hands, his stance, his face. I have no idea. But someone's going to want to know about it. Who? The most annoying man alive. She pulled out a phone, cracked and bloody, and dialed. Yeah. It's Maki. The special grade is down. No, I didn't solo it. Some random guy fell out of the sky and helped. No, I'm serious. He fell out of the sky. Literally. Green hair, looks like he hasn't slept in a week, punched the curse so hard its arm exploded. Pause. I don't know what his technique is. Neither does he. Yeah. Okay. Sure, bring the whole circus. She hung up and looked at Izuku with something between annoyance and amusement. Congratulations. You just became Jujutsu High's newest problem. The man who appeared out of nowhere was tall, white-haired, and wore a blindfold over his eyes like it was a fashion choice. He also radiated an energy that made every survival instinct Izuku had ever developed scream at him to run. He didn't run. He was too tired and too confused and frankly too dead inside to be scared of anything right now. So you're the mystery kid who fell from the sky. The man's voice was cheerful in a way that didn't match the absolute threat his presence implied. Maki says you don't know what your curse technique is. That's fun. Can I take a look? Before Izuku could answer, the man lifted his blindfold slightly, and Izuku felt something sweep through him, invasive, analytical, seeing. The man's expression went from playful to genuinely shocked in a heartbeat. Ha! He lowered the blindfold. That's new. What did you see? Maki asked. His cursed energy isn't behaving normally. It's not regenerating from his innate pool, it's accumulating. Stacking. Every bit of ambient cursed energy near him, every residual curse from that fight, it's all slowly being drawn into him and staying there. Like. He paused, searching for words. Like compound interest. For power. Is that bad? Izuku asked. Oh, it's incredibly dangerous. For everyone except you, apparently. The man grinned. I'm Gojo Satoru. I teach at Jujutsu High. And you, kid, are coming with me. Am I under arrest? What? No. This isn't a cop thing. I'm just really curious, and also you're clearly not a threat right now because you're about to pass out. Gojo caught him as his knees buckled. See? Let's go. Izuku's last thought before consciousness faded was that at least this kidnapping was friendlier than the last one. He woke up in a bed that wasn't his in a room he didn't recognize, and for a moment he was 4 years old again, waking up after the doctor's diagnosis, knowing everything had changed. Then the memories crashed back in. The betrayal. The extraction. The rift. The monster. The girl with the pole arm. He sat up. You've been asleep for 14 hours. Gojo was sitting in a chair by the window, eating what looked like a parfait. Most people who burn through that much cursed energy at once are out for days. But your reserves are already back to where they were before the fight. Actually, a little higher. Your technique is wild. You keep calling it my technique. I didn't have any powers until, Izuku stopped. He didn't know how much to say. Didn't know if he could trust anyone here. Until you came through whatever dimensional rift dropped you into Shibuya, I know. Gojo ate a spoonful of parfait. Yeah, we figured out you're not from around here. And by around here, I mean this reality. Your physical structure is slightly different at a molecular level, nothing visible, but Shoko noticed during your medical exam. You're from somewhere else. Who's Shoko? Doctor. She's great. Very calm. You'll meet her. Gojo set down the parfait. So here's what I think happened, Midoriya. Wherever you came from, you had some kind of power. Something that worked differently than cursed energy. When you came through the rift, that power interacted with the ambient cursed energy of our world and created something new. A hybrid technique. I'm calling it curse stockpile until you come up with something better. Izuku's hands tightened on the blanket. One for all. The power passed down through generations, stockpiling strength with each user. He'd held it for 3 years. He'd mastered it, mostly. He'd become worthy of it. And then they'd taken it away. But maybe the embers had stayed. The fading warmth he'd felt even after the extraction. Maybe those embers had found new fuel. How does it work? He asked. Near as I can tell. You passively absorb cursed energy from your environment and from any curses you fight. It doesn't dissipate like normal cursed energy, it compounds. Stacks up. And you can release it in concentrated bursts for offensive power. Gojo leaned forward. The more you fight, the stronger you get. Permanently. There's theoretically no upper limit. That sounds broken. It really is. I love it. Gojo stood up. So here's the deal. You can walk out of here and try to figure out this world on your own. Curses are everywhere, regular people can't see them, and without proper training you'll probably die within a month. Or you can enroll at Jujutsu High, learn how to actually use your abilities, fight curses with people who know what they're doing, and maybe help me figure out why your technique is so weird. What do you get out of it? Entertainment, mostly. Also, you might eventually be strong enough to fight me, and I'm really bored. Izuku stared at him. The man was completely serious. Okay, Izuku said. I'll stay. Great. Gojo clapped his hands. Let me introduce you to the other first years. They're going to love you. Well, Yuji will. Megumi will tolerate you. And Nobara will probably try to fight you within 10 minutes. Nobara Kojisaki did not try to fight him within 10 minutes. She tried to fight him within 3. So you just fell out of the sky and helped Maki kill a special grade? She was circling him like he was prey, her eyes narrowed. On your first day? With no training? And Gojo-sensei is already treating you like some kind of prodigy? That's an accurate summary, yes. I don't buy it. She stopped in front of him, hands on her hips. You're hiding something. Nobody's that lucky. I'm not lucky. The words came out harder than he intended. I'm here because I lost everything. My world, my powers, my friends, my purpose, all of it. I fell through a rift because a dying curse tried to eat my despair and choked on it instead. There's no luck involved. Just survival. Nobara blinked. She hadn't expected that. Damn, said the pink-haired boy next to her, Yuji, Izuku remembered. That's heavy, man. You okay? I'm functional. Izuku tried to soften his voice. These were teenagers. They weren't the people who hurt him. Sorry. I didn't mean to dump that on you. No, it's fine. Yuji stepped forward and offered his hand. I'm Yuji Itadori. I've got a curse living in my body and pretty much everyone wants me dead, so I kind of get that everything is terrible vibe. Welcome to Jujutsu High. Izuku took his hand. The grip was warm, genuine, uncomplicated. It made something in his chest loosen slightly. Megumi Fushiguro. The dark-haired boy in the corner nodded at him. Your cursed energy feels strange. Be careful with it. I will. Nobara was still watching him. Her expression had shifted from hostile to something more complex, curiosity mixed with grudging respect. Fine, she said. You get a probationary pass. But if you're lying about anything, I'll nail you to a wall. Literally. That's my technique. Noted. Nobara's nails are scary, Yuji stage whispered. Don't make her mad. Too late for that, she's always mad. Megumi didn't look up from his phone. I am not always, okay, maybe a little. Nobara pointed at Izuku. Training grounds. 1 hour. If you're going to be part of this team, you need to prove you can actually fight. I thought I already did that. With the special grade. That was with Maki. Maki's a monster. I need to see what you can do on your own. She grinned, sharp and challenging. Unless you're scared. No. Izuku felt something flicker in his chest. Not the dark energy, something lighter. The familiar spark of wanting to prove himself. I'll be there. The training grounds were a massive cleared space behind the main school building, lined with reinforced barriers that Gojo had apparently installed after one too many students accidentally blew holes in the architecture. Nobara was waiting when Izuku arrived. She'd changed into combat clothes, practical, mobile, fitted, and held a hammer in one hand and a pouch of nails in the other. Her stance was loose but ready. She knew what she was doing. Maki was there too, leaning against the barrier fence with her polearm resting on her shoulder. She caught Izuku's eye and gave him a slight nod. You're fighting Nobara, not me, she said. I'm just here to make sure she doesn't actually kill you. I wouldn't kill him, Nobara protested. Probably. Look, can we start? I want to see what this cursed stockpile thing does. Izuku took position across from her. He could feel the energy in his core, fuller than before, restored and then some. 14 hours of passive absorption in a school full of cursed energy users. He wasn't sure exactly how strong he was right now, but he was about to find out. Rules? He asked. Don't die. Nobara crouched. Ready? Go. She was fast. Faster than he expected. Her arm whipped forward and 3 nails shot through the air at bullet speed, not aimed at him but at the ground around him, pinning his movement options. Izuku dove left, rolled, came up in a crouch. One nail had grazed his cheek. Blood dripped. Nobara grinned. First blood. You're slow. I was testing your accuracy. He wasn't lying. 3 shots, all exactly where she wanted them. Her control was precise. Now I know what I'm working with. He charged. She swung the hammer at his head. He ducked under it, reading her follow-up before she made it, elbow strike, knee, another nail thrown at close range, and weaved through all of it. His body knew how to fight. That hadn't been taken from him. But he wasn't hitting back yet. He was watching. Learning. What are you doing? Nobara's frustration was building. Fight me. I am. Another exchange. She overextended on a hammer swing and he slipped past her guard, tapping her shoulder lightly before retreating. Not a strike. A message. Did you just? Her eyes widened. You touched me. You could have hit me. I wanted to prove I could. Now I'll explain why I waited. Don't lecture me in the middle of your technique requires you to have a piece of your target, right? You threw nails to draw blood. Now you can use your resonance ability on me at any time. Izuku circled slowly. But it works both ways. The nail that cut me, does it carry my cursed energy now too? Nobara froze. She looked down at her pouch of nails. Then at the blood drying on Izuku's cheek. Then at the spot where she'd retrieved the nail that grazed him. How did you know about resonance? I didn't. I guessed based on your fighting style and the way you positioned those first shots. Izuku let himself smile slightly. You fight like someone whose main weapon isn't direct damage but sympathetic cursing. Voodoo principle. Part of the target equals the whole target. It's clever. But it means you need to be careful about what touches you too. He's not wrong. Maki called from the sideline. Remember what happened when that curse got a piece of your hair? That was one time. Nobara shook her head. Okay. Fine. You're smart. But smart doesn't win fights. She charged this time. Hammer high, nails ready in her offhand, closing distance before he could analyze her again. Pure aggression, overwhelming pressure. Izuku decided it was time to show what he could do. He met her charge head-on, letting the dark energy surge through his arms. When her hammer came down, he caught it, the impact sent shockwaves through his bones, but the energy reinforced his muscles, his joints, his grip, and stopped it dead. Nobara's eyes went wide. Izuku twisted, redirecting her momentum, and threw her 10 feet across the training ground. She landed in a roll, came up with a nail already flying, but he was already moving, closing the distance, and this time when he struck it was a real hit. His palm slammed into her stomach with a controlled burst of cursed energy. Not enough to really hurt her, just enough to lift her off her feet and send her skidding back. She hit the barrier and slid down, gasping. Okay, she wheezed. Okay, that was, what the hell? Cursed stockpile. Izuku let the energy fade from his hands. It's not just about accumulating power. The more I understand about how cursed energy works, the more precisely I can use what I've stored. And I've spent my whole life analyzing how people fight. He walked over and offered his hand. You're really good. Your reflexes are amazing and your technique is versatile. But you telegraph your nail throws by shifting your weight slightly to your right foot. Nobara stared at his hand. Then she grabbed it and pulled herself up. You're actually insane, she said. You know that, right? Who analyzes someone's fighting style in real time while also fighting them? I do. I always have. He released her hand. It's the only thing I was ever good at. She looked at him, really looked, past the polite exterior and the analytical calm, and saw something underneath. Pain. Loss. The bone-deep exhaustion of someone who'd been fighting for so long they didn't know how to stop. "You're really not okay, are you?" she said quietly. "No." He didn't see any point in lying. "But I'm still here." "That's something." Nobara was silent for a long moment. Then she punched his shoulder, hard enough to make him wince. "Fine. You pass. But next time we spar, I'm not holding back, and you better not either." She turned and walked toward the school, tossing over her shoulder, "Welcome to Jujutsu High, Midoriya. Try not to die." Izuku watched her go. Something that might have been a smile tugged at his lips. Maki appeared beside him, silent as always. "She likes you. She has a strange way of showing it. That is her way of showing it. Nobara doesn't bother being aggressive toward people she doesn't care about." Maki started walking back toward the main building. "Come on. Gojo wants you to meet Shoko before dinner. Medical checkup. You burned through a lot of energy yesterday." Izuku fell into step beside her. They walked in comfortable silence for a while, the easy quiet of two people who didn't feel the need to fill every gap with words. "Thank you," he said eventually. "For this morning. You could have let me die. Would have been easier. Nothing worth doing is easy." Maki didn't look at him. "Besides, you jumped into a fight with a special grade to help a stranger. That's either stupidity or principle. Figured I'd find out which. Which is it? Jury's still out." But she was almost smiling. "How long have you been fighting?" "Since I was 14. Officially. Longer if you count all the times I should have stayed down and didn't." "Sounds familiar." Now she did look at him, her eyes sharp and assessing. "Whoever you were before, wherever you came from, you were a soldier. Not just a fighter. I can tell. I was a hero. Or I tried to be." "What happened?" Izuku's jaw tightened. The memories surged up, Bakugo's sneer, Uraraka's false tears, All Might's disappointed silence, the cold efficiency of the commission as they strapped him down and took everything he'd earned. "I was betrayed." He kept his voice flat. "The people I trusted, the institution I served, the friends I would have died for. They decided I was a threat and they neutralized me. Took my powers. Left me in an alley to die." He exhaled slowly. "Then I fell through reality and ended up here." Maki was quiet for a long time. "The Zenin clan," she finally said, "is one of the three great jujutsu families. I was born into it. And because I was born without cursed energy, because I can't use the techniques that make them powerful, they treated me like garbage. Less than garbage. A failed experiment. A waste of resources." She stopped walking. They'd reached a small garden courtyard between buildings. Evening light painted everything gold and soft. "I stayed anyway," Maki continued. "I trained harder than anyone. I got stronger than anyone. Not to prove them wrong, I don't care what they think. But because being strong is the only way to be free. The only way to make your own choices." She turned to face him fully. "You lost everything. I never had anything to begin with. We're coming from opposite ends, but we ended up in the same place." Her eyes held his. "So don't waste your second chance feeling sorry for yourself. Use it. Get stronger. And never let anyone take anything from you ever again." It hit him harder than any punch could have. Not because it was gentle, it wasn't. It was blunt and challenging and exactly what he needed to hear. "I don't know if I can trust anyone again," he admitted. "Not completely. Not after, then don't trust. Not yet. Just fight." Maki stepped closer. "Fight beside me. Show me what you can do when you're not holding back. And maybe trust comes later. Or maybe it doesn't. But you'll be strong enough that it won't matter." She was close now. Close enough that he could see the faint scars on her hands, the calluses on her palms, the fierce determination in her eyes that mirrored something he'd thought he'd lost. "Deal," he said. Dinner at Jujutsu High was loud, chaotic, and nothing like the formal affairs Izuku remembered from UA. Students grabbed food from a buffet line and sat wherever they wanted, on tables, on the floor, sprawled across couches in the common room. Yuji had apparently decided that Izuku was his new best friend and was giving him a detailed rundown of every cursed spirit they'd fought in the past month, complete with sound effects and dramatic reenactments. And then Megumi summoned like 4 dogs at once and they just went RAWR and the curse was like AAHHN, Yuji, I don't think he needs the sound effects. The sound effects are essential, Megumi. Nobara had claimed the spot on Izuku's other side and was eating her food with aggressive efficiency while occasionally interjecting corrections to Yuji's stories. It was 3 dogs, not 4. And it went GRH, not RAWR. Maki sat across from them, observing with quiet amusement. It felt normal. Easy. Like he belonged here, even though he'd known these people for less than a day. Izuku didn't trust the feeling, he'd learned the hard way that belonging could be an illusion, but he let himself enjoy it for now. Then the doors opened and everything changed. The man who walked in was young, maybe early 20s, with perfectly styled hair and a suit that probably cost more than everything Izuku owned combined. His posture radiated contempt. His eyes swept the room like everyone in it was beneath his notice. Everyone except Maki. When he looked at her, the contempt sharpened into something uglier. Hatred, barely contained. Personal. Maki. His voice was smooth and cold. I heard you nearly died fighting a special grade today. What a shame that didn't work out. The temperature in the room dropped. Yuji stopped mid-story. Megumi's hand moved toward his shadow. Nobara's grip tightened on her hammer. Maki didn't move. Didn't react. Her face was perfectly blank. Naoya. Her voice was equally flat. What brings the clan's golden child to this humble school? Clan business. Naoya smiled without warmth. Father requires your presence at the compound. Something about reconsidering your role in the family now that you've demonstrated such unreliable combat performance. I killed the special grade. With help. From a stranger. A nobody. Naoya's eyes flicked to Izuku and dismissed him instantly. The clan does not accept dependence on outside elements. You know this. The clan can, careful, cousin. Naoya's smile widened. Father's patience has limits. As does mine. He straightened his cuffs. Tomorrow. Noon. Be there, or I'll be sent to collect you. And we both know how that ends. He turned to leave, and Izuku stood up. He didn't plan it. Didn't think about it. His body just moved, stepping between Naoya and the door, meeting those cold eyes with something equally cold. Excuse me. Naoya's eyebrows rose. Did the nobody just get in my way? Yes. Izuku's voice was calm. Dead calm. The kind of calm that came from having nothing left to lose. You're threatening my friend. I'd like you to stop. The room went completely silent. Naoya stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a genuine laugh, like Izuku had said something hilarious. Friend? You've been here one day. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper that only Izuku could hear. You don't know anything about her. About us. About this world. You're a stray dog that wandered in from nowhere, and when they get tired of you, they'll put you down like one. Something inside Izuku cracked. Not broke, cracked. And through the crack, dark energy poured out. His cursed energy reserves, built up over a day of passive absorption, suddenly became active. Visible. A black-green aura flickered around him, and Naoya's eyes widened. You don't know anything about me, Izuku said quietly. But I know your type. I've seen it before. The arrogant smile, the casual cruelty, the assumption that power gives you the right to treat people like trash. He stepped forward. Naoya stepped back. I grew up around people like you. I fought beside people like you. And in the end, people like you are the reason I'm here. The energy intensified. Pressure radiated from Izuku's body, not an attack, just presence, weight, the accumulated force of everything he'd absorbed since arriving in this world. So here's what's going to happen. His voice was still quiet, but it carried. Maki will decide if she goes to your clan meeting. Not you. And if you try to collect her, you go through me first. Understand? Naoya's face had gone pale. Not with fear, with rage. Pure, incandescent rage at being challenged by someone he considered beneath contempt. You just made a very big mistake, he hissed. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Neither do you. Izuku let the energy fade. Stepped aside. The door's behind me. Use it. For a moment, Izuku thought Naoya might attack him right there. The killing intent was palpable. But something held him back, maybe awareness of the other students, maybe calculation about the political fallout, maybe just the nagging uncertainty about what Izuku's strange power could actually do. Naoya straightened his suit, smoothed his expression back to cold superiority, and walked past Izuku without another word. The door slammed behind him. Nobody moved for several seconds. Then Nobara said, "Holy shit," and the tension broke. Did you just threaten the heir to the Zenin clan? Yuji was staring at Izuku with a mixture of horror and admiration. On your first day? That's either amazing or really stupid. Both, Megumi said. Definitely both. Izuku turned to look at Maki. He suddenly felt very uncertain about what he'd done. Maybe he'd overstepped. Maybe she didn't want some stranger fighting her battles. Maybe, Maki was standing up. Walking toward him. Her expression was unreadable. She stopped in front of him, close enough that he could see the slight flush on her cheeks. You didn't have to do that, she said. I know. You don't understand what you just got yourself into. Probably not. Naoya will make your life hell. The whole Zenin clan might, Maki. He met her eyes. I've had worse enemies. And I meant what I said. If they want to get to you, they go through me. Her breath caught. Just slightly. Just enough for him to notice. You're an idiot, she said. I've been told that before. You're going to get yourself killed. Also been told that. And you can't just, she broke off, frustrated, searching for words. Then she grabbed his collar and kissed him. It was hard and fierce and unexpected, and Izuku's brain short-circuited completely. His cursed energy flickered wildly. Someone, Yuji, probably, dropped a plate. Maki pulled back, still gripping his collar, her face slightly red but her eyes blazing. If you're going to be stupid enough to fight for me, she said, you better be strong enough to win. She let go and walked out of the common room without looking back. The silence stretched for a very long time. So, Nobara said slowly, that happened. Izuku touched his lips. They were still tingling. Yeah, he said. Yeah, it did. Later that night, Izuku stood on the roof of the main building, looking out over Tokyo's lights. His mind was spinning. Too much had happened too fast. Yesterday he was dying in an alley. Today he had enemies, allies, a mysterious power, and apparently, whatever was happening with Maki. He heard footsteps behind him but didn't turn. The cursed energy signature was familiar now, light, controlled, efficient. Maki stepped up beside him, leaning on the railing. Couldn't sleep either, she asked. Too much to process. Yeah. She was quiet for a while. I shouldn't have kissed you. That was It's not how I don't know why I did that. Do you regret it? The question hung in the air. Direct. Unavoidable. Maki turned to look at him. Really look, the way she'd done that afternoon in the courtyard. No, she said. I don't. And that's what's confusing. Izuku nodded slowly. For what it's worth. I don't regret it either. But I also don't know what it means. I don't know what I'm doing here. What I'm supposed to be. I barely know who I am anymore. Then figure it out. Maki turned back to the city lights. You've got time. You've got potential, more than you realize. And you've got people who. She hesitated. People who want to see what you become. People. Gojo thinks you're going to be something special. Nobara won't admit it, but she's interested. Yuji's already decided your pack. Maki's voice softened. And I don't waste time on lost causes. If I'm here, it's because I think you're worth it. Worth it. 2 words that hit harder than any compliment he'd ever received. Where I came from, Izuku said slowly, I spent my whole life trying to be worth it. Trying to prove I deserved my power, my place, my relationships. And in the end, they took it all anyway. Decided I wasn't worth the risk. That's their loss. Maki's hand found his on the railing. Not holding it, just touching. Present. Here, you don't have to prove anything to anyone. You just have to fight. Win or lose, live or die, but fight on your own terms. Is that what you do? Every day. She squeezed his hand once, briefly, then let go. Get some sleep, Midoriya. Tomorrow's going to be complicated. The clan meeting. That. And other things. She started walking toward the roof access door. By the way, if you call me a friend again, I'll break your arm. What should I call you? She paused at the door. Looked back over her shoulder with a small, sharp smile. Partner. For now. She disappeared through the door. Izuku stayed on the roof for another hour, watching the city lights flicker like earthbound stars. Partner. He could work with that. The dark energy in his core pulsed steadily, building, growing, preparing for whatever came next. He was done being the person things happened to. From now on, he would be the one making things happen. And somewhere in the shadows of his mind, something that wore familiar faces watched and waited and grew stronger with every memory of betrayal he couldn't quite let go. 3 days passed. Izuku fell into a routine that would have killed him a month ago and now felt almost comfortable. Morning training with Maki, brutal, efficient sessions where she pushed his physical limits and he learned the fundamentals of curse combat. Afternoon classes with Gojo, who taught through a combination of wild demonstrations and cryptic advice that somehow always made sense in retrospect. Evening missions with whatever team needed support, which so far had included 2 grade 2 curses, 1 grade 1, and something called a cursed womb that Izuku still didn't fully understand but had definitely exploded. His cursed stockpile grew with every fight. He could feel it, the constant low-level absorption of ambient energy, the spikes during combat, the permanent accumulation that never faded. Gojo had tested his reserves twice and both times looked increasingly excited. At this rate, Gojo had said after the second test, you'll hit grade 1 levels within a month. Maybe sooner. Do you understand how insane that is? Most sorcerers take years to get that strong. What happens after grade 1? Special grade. The top tier. There are only a handful of us. Gojo grinned. Wouldn't it be fun if you got there too? Izuku didn't respond. He was still getting used to the idea that his power had no apparent ceiling, that every curse he killed, every technique he absorbed, every bit of negative energy he processed made him permanently stronger. It should have been terrifying. It probably was, to anyone watching from outside. But Izuku had spent years with One for All, a power that grew through inheritance and determination. Curse stockpile was different in origin but similar in principle. He understood growth curves. He understood compound accumulation. He understood that power wasn't the destination, it was the tool. The question was what he'd use it for. Nobara found him in the training grounds on the fourth morning, running through combat forms with a wooden practice sword Maki had given him. "You're still doing the same routine." She dropped onto a bench nearby, hammer resting across her knees. "Maki left for the Zenin compound like 2 hours ago. You don't have to keep training while she's gone. Training isn't about her." Izuku completed a sequence and started the next. "It's about being ready." "Ready for what?" "Anything." Nobara watched him for a while. He could feel her attention like a physical weight, assessing, evaluating, trying to figure him out. "You're weird," she finally said. "You know that, right?" "So I've been told." "No, I mean specifically weird. Like, most people who've been through what you've been through, betrayal, losing everything, dimensional displacement, whatever, they'd be messed up. Crying in corners. Having breakdowns. But you just, train. And analyze. And help on missions like you've been doing this forever." Izuku stopped mid-form. Lowered the practice sword. "Who says I'm not messed up? Are you?" He considered lying. Considered deflecting with a joke or a change of subject. But Nobara was looking at him with genuine curiosity, not judgment, and something about her directness demanded honesty. "Yes," he said. "I wake up most nights thinking I'm still there. In the alley. Or strapped to that table while they drain my power. I hear their voices telling me I was never good enough, that I was a mistake, that everything I accomplished was borrowed time." He met her eyes. "But I've been broken before. When I was 4, a doctor told me I'd never have powers, that my dream was impossible, that I should give up. I spent 10 years proving him wrong. This is just another version of that." Nobara was quiet. Processing. "That's either really healthy or really unhealthy," she said. "I can't tell which." "Both, probably." He raised the practice sword again. "Want to spar? I could use a partner who's not Maki." "What's wrong with Maki?" "Nothing's wrong with her. She's just." He searched for the right word. "Efficient. She fights to win, quickly and decisively. I need practice against different styles." Nobara's eyes narrowed. "And what's my style?" "Chaotic. Aggressive. You rely on your technique to end fights fast, but when that doesn't work, you get creative. Sometimes too creative, you overextend, leave openings, prioritize damage output over defense." He saw her expression shift from interested to annoyed. "But you're also adaptable. You learn from mistakes. And you're not afraid to take hits if it means getting a decisive blow. Did you just psychoanalyze my fighting style?" "I analyze everything. It's how my brain works." She stared at him for a long moment. Then she stood up, hammer in hand, and grinned. "Fine. Let's see how good your analysis is when I'm trying to nail you to the wall." They fought for an hour. Nobara was everything Izuku had described: aggressive, creative, chaotic, adaptable. She used her environment, used deception, used techniques he hadn't seen before and had to counter on the fly. And she was fast, faster than her combat style suggested, closing distance before he could fully set up defensive positions. But Izuku was learning too. His curse stockpile allowed him to absorb small amounts of cursed energy from every attack she landed, every technique she deployed. By the end of the hour, he'd accumulated enough to launch counterattacks that actually pushed her back. "Okay, stop." Nobara was breathing hard, sweat dripping down her face. "I need a break. Also, how the hell are you stronger than when we started? I've been absorbing energy all morning. Training generates cursed energy, effort, frustration, competitive spirit. It all adds up. That's so cheap. She flopped onto the ground, spread eagle. You basically get powered up by fighting. How is that fair? It's not. Izuku sat down near her, controlled his breathing. But fair isn't really a concept I care about anymore. Nobara tilted her head to look at him. From this angle, with sunlight filtering through the trees and sweat making her hair stick to her forehead, she looked younger. More vulnerable. The people who betrayed you, she said. Tell me about them. It wasn't a request. It was, something else. An offering, maybe. A willingness to share the weight. Izuku lay back on the grass beside her, staring at the sky. There was a boy I grew up with. Katsuki Bakugo. He had an explosion power, could create blasts from his palms. He was brilliant, aggressive, determined to be the best. He bullied me for years because I didn't have powers and he thought that made me worthless. What an ass. Yeah. But we ended up at the same hero school, and things changed. We fought together. Saved each other's lives. I thought we'd become something like friends. Izuku's voice stayed flat. Controlled. When the commission came for me, he was there. Watching. He didn't help me. Didn't even try. Just watched while they strapped me down. Nobara was silent. There was a girl. Ochako Uraraka. Bubbly, kind, supportive, or so I thought. She could make things float. We were close. I trusted her completely. He exhaled slowly. She's the one who led me to that alley. Said she wanted to talk. Had something important to tell me. I followed her like an idiot. She set you up. They all did. The whole class, the faculty, the commission, they decided I was too dangerous. My power was too strong, growing too fast. They couldn't control me, so they decided to eliminate me. Izuku's hands clenched in the grass. I found out later that All Might, my mentor, the man who gave me my power, the person I admired most in the entire world, signed off on it. Approved the extraction. Let them take everything from me. Nobara sat up and looked down at him. Her expression was complicated, anger, sympathy, something fierce and protective. If I ever meet them, she said, I'll kill them. You don't have to, I know I don't have to. I want to. She poked his chest. You're mine now. Part of this team, part of this school, part of whatever weird thing you and Maki have going on. And nobody hurts what's mine. Izuku blinked at her. I'm yours. Don't make it weird. But she was blushing slightly. It's a solidarity thing. We protect our people here. Even the weird analytical green-haired ones who fall out of the sky. Something warm spread through his chest. Not the dark energy, something lighter. Thank you, Nobara. Yeah, well. She stood up, brushed grass off her clothes. Don't get mushy about it. We've got work to do. Gojo-sensei wants us on a mission this afternoon, grade 1 curse in the Kyoto district. You're coming with. Just us. Yuji and Megumi too. Full team operation. She grinned. Time to see how that stockpile thing works in a real fight with proper backup. Izuku stood and picked up his practice sword. Looking forward to it. The Kyoto mission went sideways in about 15 minutes. The grade 1 curse they'd been sent to eliminate wasn't alone. It had spawned a dozen grade 3 minions, turned a subway station into a death trap, and was currently trying to devour a group of civilians trapped in a collapsed train car. Change of plans. Yuji was already moving, barreling toward the main curse with Megumi's divine dogs running beside him. Nobara, Midoriya, get the civvies out. We'll keep the big one busy. Got it. Nobara grabbed Izuku's arm and pulled him toward the collapsed section. Move. The structural integrity won't last much longer. They sprinted through the debris-strewn tunnel. The grade 3 minions, smaller, faster, insectoid things that clicked and chattered as they moved, swarmed from the shadows. Nobara took out 3 in rapid succession, nails finding their marks with lethal precision. Izuku handled the rest, each kill sending another pulse of cursed energy into his stockpile. The train car was wedged against a support pillar, metal groaning. Inside, Izuku could see people, families, businessmen, students, huddled together in terror. Nobara, can you nail the minions while I pry this open? Do I look like I need instructions? She was already moving, circling to cover his back. Just don't take too long. Izuku grabbed the twisted metal door and pulled. His stockpiled energy surged through his muscles, amplifying his strength beyond normal human limits. The metal screamed and gave way, creating an opening large enough for people to escape. Everyone out. Single file. Move toward the exit, there's a clear path to the surface. The civilians started pouring out, panicked but mobile. Izuku guided them, watching for minions while Nobara's nails flew past his head to eliminate threats before they could get close. Last one. A woman pushed a child through the opening. Thank you, keep moving. Don't stop until you're outside. The station shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. The support pillar the train was wedged against cracked. Nobara, I see it. She was already running toward him. The whole thing's coming down. The pillar gave way. The train car lurched sideways, and several tons of concrete started falling toward Nobara's position. Izuku didn't think. He dove, grabbed her around the waist, and dumped every ounce of stockpiled energy he had into his legs. They shot out of the collapse zone like a bullet, hit the ground rolling, and came up just as the entire section of tunnel caved in behind them. Nobara was on top of him, breathing hard, her face inches from his. Dust coated both of them. His arms were still wrapped around her waist. Did you just? She seemed to be having trouble processing. How fast did we just move? I don't know. Fast. That was, she gave up on words and just stared at him. Her eyes dropped to his lips. Came back up. You saved my life. You would have done the same. Yeah, but I didn't. You did. She was still on top of him. Neither of them was moving to change that. Midoriya. Yes. When this mission is over, we're going to talk. About, things. What things? Things. She pushed herself up, brushed dust off her clothes, and offered him a hand. Come on. Yuji and Megumi probably need help with the big one. Izuku took her hand and let her pull him up. His stockpile was depleted, he'd burned everything on that rescue sprint, but already he could feel it starting to refill. The ambient cursed energy of the combat zone, the lingering negativity from the civilians' terror, even the frustration and adrenaline pumping through his own veins. By the time they reached the main fight, he'd already recovered enough to be dangerous again. Yuji was trading blows with the Grade 1 curse, a massive, vaguely humanoid thing with too many arms and a mouth that split its torso horizontally. Megumi had summoned his divine dogs and was coordinating flanking attacks, but the curse's regeneration was faster than they could damage it. About time. Yuji blocked a swipe that sent him skidding back. This thing won't stay down. Cores in its chest. Megumi called out. But we can't get through the outer layer. Izuku assessed the situation in seconds. The curse's body was heavily armored, regenerating damage faster than Yuji's physical strikes could inflict it. Megumi's Shikigami were harrying it but couldn't deliver decisive blows. They needed concentrated force, enough to punch through the armor and destroy the core in a single hit. Nobara. Izuku turned to her. Your resonance, can you use it on the curse itself? What? You need a piece of the target. What if I give you a piece? He pulled out one of the nails that had grazed him during their morning spar, he'd kept it in his pocket, not sure why, maybe just instinct. This has my cursed energy. What if we synchronize? I punch through its armor, and the moment I hit it, you hit me through the nail, transfer the resonance damage directly to the core. Nobara stared at him. That would hurt you too. I can take it. Can you make it work? She hesitated for half a second. Then her expression hardened into something fierce and certain. Yeah. I can make it work. Yuji. Megumi. Clear me a path. They didn't question it. They adjusted instantly, driving the curse back, opening a line of attack. Izuku sprinted forward, stockpiled energy roaring through his body, fist already glowing with concentrated power. The curse saw him coming. All its arms moved to block. Izuku hit it anyway. His fist connected with the armor, and everything he'd accumulated exploded outward, a burst release at point-blank range, cracking through the curse's defenses like they were made of paper. Now, Nobara. Behind him, he heard her hammer strike. The nail he'd given her, the one with his cursed energy, served as a bridge. Her resonance technique activated, and pain exploded through Izuku's body as the sympathetic damage transferred. But it transferred to the curse too. Directly to its core. The Grade 1 screamed. Its body spasmed, cracked, and then detonated into black mist as the core shattered. Izuku fell to his knees, gasping. His body felt like it had been hit by a truck. But he was smiling. Holy shit. Yuji appeared beside him, hands on his knees, breathing hard. That was insane. You're insane. Did you just turn yourself into a damage conductor? Something like that. Nobara walked over, her face pale. Don't ever do that again. Did it work? Obviously. But don't do it again. She crouched beside him, checked his injuries with surprisingly gentle hands. That was stupid. You could have died. But you didn't. And neither did they. Izuku gestured at the civilians being helped to the surface by emergency responders who'd finally arrived. Worth it. Nobara's hands stilled on his shoulders. She looked at him, really looked, and something in her expression shifted. You really are an idiot hero type, aren't you? Former hero. Currently unemployed. Shut up. But she was almost smiling. Can you stand? Probably. He tried. His legs held. See? Fine. You're bleeding from like 4 places. I said I was fine, not uninjured. Nobara shook her head, but she kept her hand on his arm as they walked toward the exit. Supporting him. Staying close. Megumi and Yuji exchanged a look but said nothing. They got back to Jujutsu High as the sun was setting. Shoko patched up Izuku's injuries, mostly bruises and strain, nothing serious, while lecturing him about the stupidity of using himself as a damage conductor. Your body isn't invulnerable, she said, applying something that stung to a cut on his forehead. Curse stockpile reinforces you, but it doesn't make you unkillable. If Nobara's resonance had been stronger, or if you'd taken even a fraction more damage, you'd be in critical condition right now. I calculated the risk. Did you? She met his eyes. Or did you just decide that saving her was worth dying for? Izuku didn't have an answer for that. Shoko sighed and finished her work. You're cleared for light activity. No missions for 48 hours. And next time you have a crazy idea, run it by someone first. Yes, ma'am. He found Maki waiting outside the medical room. She looked angry. Worried? It was hard to tell with her. I heard what happened, she said. Nobara told me. It worked out. It almost didn't. She fell into step beside him as he walked toward the dormitory. You can't keep doing this. Throwing yourself into danger for other people. That's not sustainable. It's all I know how to do. Then learn something else. She stopped walking, forcing him to stop too. I'm serious. You're strong, and you're getting stronger every day. But if you keep treating your body like it's disposable, you won't live long enough to see how far you can go. Why do you care? The question came out harsher than he intended. Maki's expression flickered, hurt, quickly hidden. Because she stopped. Took a breath. Started again. Because you're the first person in a long time who looked at me and saw someone worth fighting for. Not a failed sorcerer. Not the Zenin clan's embarrassment. Just, me. Maki. Let me finish. Her hands were clenched at her sides. I don't do emotions well. I don't open up. I fight, and I train, and I push everyone away because it's easier than letting them close enough to disappoint me. But you, she laughed, short and frustrated. You showed up out of nowhere, saved my life, stood up to Naoya, and looked at me like I was the most impressive person you'd ever seen. And then you did the same thing for Nobara. And you'll probably do it for everyone else, because that's just who you are. She stepped closer. Close enough that he could feel her breath. So yeah. I care. Because if you die being stupid, I'll have to live with knowing what I almost had. And I really don't want to do that. Izuku's throat was tight. He didn't know what to say. So he kissed her instead. It wasn't like their first kiss, desperate and sudden and fueled by adrenaline. This one was slower. Deliberate. His hand came up to cup her face, and she leaned into it, and for a long moment nothing existed except the two of them and the fading light of sunset. When they finally broke apart, Maki's cheeks were flushed. Don't think this means you're off the hook, she said. You're still in trouble for being reckless. Understood. And we're doubling your training tomorrow. Also understood. And. She hesitated. And I talked to Nobara. While you were in medical. About what? Maki's blush deepened. About the fact that she wants to kiss you too. Izuku's brain stopped working. What? You saved her life. You saw her. The same way you saw me. Maki's voice was matter-of-fact, but there was something underneath, uncertainty, maybe. Vulnerability. I told her I wasn't going to fight about it. We can figure it out. If you want. Figure what out? This. Maki gestured vaguely between them. Whatever this is. All of us. Izuku's brain was still very much not working. You're suggesting. I'm suggesting we stop pretending there's a normal way to handle this and just deal with it as it comes. She met his eyes. But only if you're okay with it. If you'd rather just, I don't know what I want. Honesty. It was all he had left. Everything's happened so fast. A week ago I was dying in an alley. Now I'm here. With you. With Nobara. With all of this. Then don't decide now. Maki took his hand, a small gesture that felt enormous. Just, don't die. And we'll figure the rest out. Okay. He squeezed her hand. Okay. They walked back to the dormitory together, and somewhere behind them, in a shadow neither of them noticed, something with Bakugo's face smiled a cold, hungry smile. It would wait. It would watch. It would grow. And when Midoriya's guard was down, it would remind him exactly what he was running from. The thing in the mirror had Bakugo's eyes. Izuku had woken from a dead sleep, 3 a.m., some instinct screaming at him to move. He'd rolled off his bed and was on his feet before consciousness fully caught up, and then he'd seen it. Standing in the reflection of his dormitory window. Not outside. In the reflection. A figure that looked exactly like Bakugo at 17, right down to the spiky blonde hair and perpetual scowl. Wow, the reflection said, its voice Bakugo's but wrong somehow, too smooth, too controlled. You really thought you could run, huh? Thought you could just fall through reality and leave everything behind? Izuku didn't move. Didn't respond. He reached for his cursed energy and found it ready, stockpile humming beneath his skin. Silent treatment. Classic Deku. The reflection stepped closer to the glass, its smile widening. You know what she said about you? Uraraka. When she was leading you to that alley. She said, he's so desperate for connection that he'll follow anyone who smiles at him. She laughed about it. They all did. You're not real. Oh, I'm very real. I'm the part of you that remembers. The part that knows, deep down, that none of this, the reflection gestured vaguely at the dormitory, the school beyond, is going to last. They'll figure out what you are eventually. A broken thing pretending to be whole. And when they do, they'll throw you away too. Izuku's fists clenched. The cursed energy responded, crackling around his knuckles. Get out. I can't leave, Deku. I'm made of you. Your guilt. Your trauma. Your beautiful, delicious despair. The reflection pressed against the glass from the inside, and cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Every time you think about them, every time you wonder if they were right about you, I get stronger. And eventually, I'll be strong enough to stop pretending. Pretending to be what? A reflection. The smile became something else. Something predatory. When I'm done growing, I'm going to be so much more. The glass shattered outward. Izuku dodged, rolled, came up with his stockpile blazing. But there was nothing there. Just broken glass on his floor and the cool night air coming through the empty window frame. He stood there for a long time, breathing hard, waiting for an attack that never came. Then he went to find Maki. She didn't question him when he knocked on her door at 3 a.m. Didn't ask why he was pale and shaking and had glass in his hair. She just pulled him inside, sat him down, and listened while he explained everything. The commission echo, she said when he'd finished. That's what you're calling it? It's what it is. A curse born from my memories of being betrayed. Feeding on my guilt. Izuku's voice was hoarse. Gojo mentioned that negative emotions can birth curses. My baggage apparently came through the dimensional rift with me and decided to evolve. How strong is it? I don't know. But it's getting stronger. It said. He hesitated. It said as long as I keep thinking about them, keep feeling guilty about what happened, it'll keep growing. Maki was quiet for a moment. Then she moved to sit beside him on her bed, close enough that their shoulders touched. So stop feeling guilty. It's not that simple. I know. Her hand found his. But you said it, guilt feeds it. So we cut off its food supply. Every time you start spiraling, you come find me. Or Nobara. Or Yuji or Megumi or anyone. You don't sit alone with it. That's not fair to you. To deal with my, Midoriya. Her voice was sharp. You stood up to Naoya for me. You saved Nobara in that subway. You've done nothing but throw yourself at other people's problems since you got here. Let us help with yours for once. He looked at her. In the dim light of her room, her face was serious and certain. Okay, he said. Okay. She squeezed his hand. Good. Now get some sleep. You've got training in 4 hours and I'm not going easy on you. I could go back to my, glass all over your floor. Stay here. It wasn't a suggestion. Izuku decided not to argue. He fell asleep on Maki's bed, her hand still in his, and if he dreamed about Bakugo's face, he didn't remember it in the morning. Chapter 2, Stockpile 3 weeks changed everything. Izuku stood in the center of Jujutsu High's main training ground, surrounded by the shattered remains of 6 reinforced concrete pillars. His breathing was steady. His stockpile was barely depleted. And Gojo Satoru was actually speechless for the first time since Izuku had met him. So, Gojo finally said, lowering his blindfold slightly to stare at the destruction that happened. Was it too much? Izuku shook out his hand. Minor aches, nothing serious. You said to go all out. I said to demonstrate your current maximum output. I didn't expect you to vaporize half the training field. Gojo walked over to one of the destroyed pillars and poked at the rubble with his foot. These are designed to withstand special grade attacks. They're not supposed to break. They broke. Yeah, I noticed. Gojo turned back to him, and for once his expression was completely serious. Midoriya, do you understand what this means? 3 weeks ago, you could barely handle a grade 2. Now you're outputting special grade levels of cursed energy. That's not normal progression. That's not any kind of progression I've ever seen. Izuku knew. He'd felt it, the constant accumulation, the way every fight added to his reserves, the permanent nature of everything he absorbed. His stockpile had grown exponentially since his arrival. Every curse he'd killed, every training session, every bit of ambient negativity he'd processed in his sleep, it all stacked. My technique doesn't have a ceiling, he said. At least, I haven't found one yet. That's what scares me. Gojo's grin returned, but there was something sharp underneath it. And excites me. Mostly excites me. Do you know how boring it is being the strongest? Having nobody who can challenge you. And then you fall out of the sky and start climbing toward my level like it's nothing. I'm not at your level. Not yet. Gojo clapped him on the shoulder. But the trajectory, kid. The trajectory is wild. At this rate, you'll hit special grade classification within the month. After that. He trailed off, shrugging. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the first person since me who can actually make things interesting. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. The idea of being compared to Gojo Satoru, the man everyone called the strongest sorcerer alive, felt absurd. But the numbers didn't lie. His power was growing faster than anyone had predicted. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a voice that sounded like All Might whispered, "You were always meant for something greater, young Midoriya." Even if we couldn't see it. He pushed the voice down. All Might had betrayed him. That version of greatness was dead. This was something new. Nobara found him in the cafeteria an hour later, eating his third lunch of the day. His metabolism had gone insane since his stockpile started growing, burning through calories like fuel, demanding constant replenishment. You destroyed the training ground, she said, dropping into the seat across from him. Everyone's talking about it. Gojo told me to go all out. And you just casually revealed your approaching special grade levels. She stole one of his rice balls. You've been here 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Do you know how unfair that is? Life's not fair. He took another rice ball from the stack before she could grab it. You've mentioned that. Don't quote me at me. But she was grinning, sharp and pleased. So, big shot. Ready for your mission? Izuku paused mid-bite. What mission? Kyoto. You and me. There's been a string of disappearances in the underground, people going missing near the old subway tunnels, cursed energy readings off the charts. Gojo wants us to investigate. Just us. Just us. Nobara's grin widened. Road trip. 4 hours on the train. Plenty of time to talk about things. Izuku remembered their conversation after the Kyoto mission. The promise to talk about things that had been repeatedly postponed by training, missions, and the general chaos of Jujutsu high life. What things? He asked, even though he knew. Don't play dumb. It doesn't suit you. She stood up, brushing crumbs off her skirt. We leave in an hour. Pack light. And Midoriya? Yeah. Whatever happens in Kyoto. She hesitated, something vulnerable flickering across her face before she locked it down. Just don't be weird about it, okay? I'll try. She walked away without looking back, and Izuku finished his rice balls in thoughtful silence. The train to Kyoto was crowded but comfortable. Nobara had claimed the window seat and was staring at the passing scenery with an expression Izuku couldn't read. He'd learned a lot about her over the past 3 weeks. She was from a rural village, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone and nothing ever changed. She'd left because she refused to be ordinary, refused to be the girl who stayed behind, got married young, lived a small life. Jujutsu sorcery had given her an escape, a purpose, a way to be extraordinary. But she never talked about her family. Never mentioned friends from home. There was a loneliness underneath her aggressive confidence that Izuku recognized because he'd felt it himself. "You're staring," she said without turning from the window. "Sorry. I was thinking." "About what?" "About why you never talk about home." Nobara went still. For a moment, Izuku thought he'd crossed a line. Then she sighed and turned to face him. "Because there's nothing to talk about. I left. They let me go. End of story. That's not nothing. It's nothing worth discussing." Her voice was flat, but her eyes told a different story. "My family wasn't bad. They just didn't understand me. Nobody there did. I was too loud, too ambitious, too everything. So I left before they could make me into something I wasn't." "Did they try to stop you?" "No." The word carried weight. "That's the worst part. They just accepted it. Like they'd been waiting for me to leave. Like I was always going to be the one who didn't fit." She laughed, short and bitter. "Sorry. This is getting heavy." "I didn't mean to, I ran away too," Izuku said quietly. "Not literally. But I spent my whole life trying to fit into a role that wasn't designed for me. Quirkless kid in a world of powers. Inherited strength I was never supposed to have. I fought so hard to belong, to prove I deserved my place, and in the end." He shrugged. "They decided I didn't. And maybe they were right. Maybe I was never supposed to be there." "Don't say that." "Why not?" "Because it's bullshit." Nobara's voice was fierce now, the vulnerability replaced by anger on his behalf. "You belong wherever you decide to stand. Not where other people put you. That's the whole point of being alive, choosing your own place." "Is that why you came to Jujutsu High?" "Partly." She was quiet for a moment. "Mostly I came because there was a woman I admired. Saori. She visited my village once, years ago. She was from Tokyo, elegant, sophisticated, everything I wanted to be. We became friends, even though I was just a kid and she was special." "What happened to her?" "She left. Her family moved away, and I never saw her again." Nobara's hands clenched in her lap. "I came to Tokyo hoping to find her." "Stupid, right? Like one person in a city of millions would just appear because I wanted them to." "It's not stupid. It's hopeful. Hope is stupid. Then call me stupid too." Izuku met her eyes. "I spent 10 years hoping for a power I was told I'd never have. I got it. Then I lost it. And now I'm in a completely different world, building something new from scratch. None of that makes sense. None of it should have been possible. But here I am." Nobara stared at him. The anger drained from her expression, replaced by something softer. "You're really not like anyone I've ever met," she said. "I don't know if that's a compliment." "It is." She reached over and took his hand. Her fingers were calloused from combat, warm and strong. "I've been thinking about what Maki said. About figuring things out. All of us." Izuku's heart rate picked up. And I don't know what I want." "Not exactly. But I know I don't want to pretend this isn't happening." She squeezed his hand. "You see me, Midoriya. The real me. Not the performance, not the attitude, just me. And that's terrifying. But it's also, she broke off, frustrated with her own words. It's also good, he offered. Yeah. It's also good. She didn't let go of his hand. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to handle this mission. We're going to kill whatever curse is making people disappear. And then we're going to figure out what this is. Together. With Maki. With whoever else ends up in this mess. Whoever else. Please. You've seen how Miwa looks at you. Nishimiya too. Even Mei seemed interested after you beat Naoya. Nobara rolled her eyes. You're collecting sorcerers like you collect cursed energy. It's ridiculous. I'm not doing it on purpose. I know. That's what makes it worse. But she was smiling now, small and genuine. You just care. About everyone. Even people who've given you no reason to. And that's apparently irresistible in a world full of selfish assholes. Izuku didn't know what to say. So he just held her hand and watched the scenery fly past, and for the first time in weeks, the dark voice in the back of his mind was quiet. Kyoto Station was chaos. People everywhere, rushing in all directions, the ambient noise drowning out individual conversations. Izuku's cursed energy sense was tingling, there was negativity here, concentrated and old, seeping up from somewhere below. You feel it? Nobara asked, all business now. Yeah. Underground. Deep. The reports mentioned old subway tunnels that were closed after the war. Nobody's supposed to go down there, but the disappearances all happened near the sealed entrances. She pulled out her phone, checking the mission brief. 23 people in the last month. No bodies recovered. Cursed energy readings increasing with each disappearance. Something's feeding. That's the theory. Let's go confirm it. They moved through the station, Nobara leading the way toward a maintenance access point that had been left unlocked for their arrival. Kyoto's Jujutsu contingent had prepared the ground, cleared the area of civilians, marked the entrance points, provided maps of the tunnel system. Izuku paused at the maintenance door. The cursed energy signature was stronger here, pulsing like a heartbeat. Whatever was down there, it was big. Second thoughts? Nobara asked. Just assessment. He pushed open the door. Stay close. My stockpile can track cursed energy concentration, I'll know if we're walking into an ambush. Romantic. Practical. They descended. The old tunnels were dark, damp, and wrong. Izuku couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off about them, but his instincts were screaming that this place wasn't natural anymore. The walls seemed to breathe. The shadows moved in ways shadows shouldn't. And the cursed energy grew denser with every step. This is creepy, Nobara muttered. I hate creepy. There's something ahead. Big energy signature, maybe 50 meters. The curse? Maybe. Or maybe just where it keeps its food. They moved forward, Nobara's nails ready, Izuku's stockpile primed. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, an old station platform, abandoned and forgotten, its signs still readable under layers of dust and mold. And in the center of the platform, surrounded by cocoons of dark matter, was the curse. It looked almost human. Female form, long black hair, a white dress that might have been beautiful once. But its face was wrong, stretched and elongated, with too many eyes and a mouth that spiraled inward like a drain. The cocoons pulsed. 23 of them. Each one containing a person. Guests. The curse's voice was multiple voices layered over each other, harmonizing in discordant tones. More guests. How lovely. I was getting hungry. We're not here to be eaten, Nobara said. We're here to kill you. So rude. So unkind. The curse smiled with its spiral mouth. But that's fine. The rude ones taste better. All that anger and frustration, concentrated in their flesh. It moved. Fast, faster than its appearance suggested. One moment it was across the platform, the next it was directly in front of Nobara, hand raised to strike. Izuku was there first. His fist connected with the curse's palm, stockpiled energy exploding on impact. The shockwave sent the curse flying backward, crashing through several cocoons and splattering against the far wall. Are the victims alive? Izuku asked, already moving to follow up. I'll check. You keep that thing busy. He didn't need to be told twice. The curse peeled itself off the wall, its human form flickering and shifting. It was reforming, drawing cursed energy from somewhere, the cocoons, Izuku realized. It was using its victims as batteries, draining their life force to power its regeneration. Clever child. The curse's voice was admiring now. Such strong energy. Such delicious potential. You'll make an excellent meal. I've been told I'm not that tasty. Izuku charged, fists blazing. The fight was brutal and fast. The curse was a grade 1 at minimum, maybe borderline special grade, boosted by all the life force it had consumed. It could extend its hair like tendrils, harden it into blades, use it as shields. It was fast, adaptable, and completely insane. But Izuku was learning. Every exchange gave him more data. The curse's hair attacks had a tell, a slight shimmer before they extended. Its regeneration was powerful but not instant, there was a half-second delay between damage and recovery. And its spiral mouth wasn't just for aesthetics, it was a technique focus, something related to absorption. Nobara, he called out. The mouth. It's the weak point. I'm a little busy. She was cutting victims free from the cocoons, dodging hair tendrils while trying not to harm the people inside. These things are connected to the curse, if I cut them wrong, the people die. Then cut them right. I'll handle this. He threw himself at the curse with everything he had. Burst release after burst release, each impact forcing it back, preventing it from focusing on Nobara. His stockpile was draining fast, this was sustained combat, not a quick finish, but every hit he landed, he absorbed a fraction of the curse's energy. Every second of fighting made him slightly stronger. The curse realized it was losing the attrition war. Its attacks became more desperate, more wild. Hair tendrils filled the chamber, turning it into a death maze of razor-sharp strands. Izuku dodged, weaved, took hits when he had to and absorbed the cursed energy from them. His body was bleeding from a dozen cuts, but the stockpile kept him moving, kept him fighting. Almost done. Nobara shouted. 3 more. The curse screamed, a sound of fury and hunger and desperation, and every tendril in the chamber converged on Nobara's position. Izuku didn't think. He just moved. His body intercepted the attack, taking every strand meant for her. The impact was enormous, thousands of razor cuts, massive blunt trauma, cursed energy flooding his system. He went down hard, crashing into the platform concrete. Midoriya. He forced himself up. His stockpile was depleted. His body was failing. But Nobara was clear, and she had an opening. The mouth, he gasped. Nail it. Now. She didn't hesitate. Her arm whipped forward, and 5 nails flew true, straight into the curse's spiral mouth, embedding deep. Resonance, hairpin. The curse's head exploded. Its body collapsed, the hair tendrils dissolving into black mist. The remaining cocoons burst open, releasing unconscious but alive victims. And Izuku let himself fall back onto the concrete, staring at the tunnel ceiling while his stockpile slowly, painfully began to refill. Nobara appeared above him. Her face was pale, streaked with sweat and curse blood, and absolutely furious. You idiot. She dropped to her knees beside him. You complete idiot. You took that whole attack, you could have died, but I didn't. That's not the point. You were going to die. Those people were going to die. My body can take damage and convert it into energy. It was the logical choice. Logic. She grabbed his collar, pulling his face close to hers. I don't care about logic. I care about you, you self-sacrificing moron. When are you going to get that through your head? Izuku looked at her. Really looked. Her eyes were bright with tears she was refusing to let fall. Her hands were shaking where they gripped his clothes. She was terrified. For him. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't mean to scare you. You always scare me. Every time you do something stupid and heroic. Every time you throw yourself in front of an attack. Every time you, she broke off, frustrated. Why is it so hard for you to let other people save you? Because I've spent my whole life being told I wasn't worth saving. The words came out before he could stop them. Honest and raw and painful. Nobara's expression shifted. The anger didn't disappear, but something else joined it, understanding, maybe. Recognition. Then let me tell you something different. She leaned down and kissed him. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't careful. It was fierce and desperate and full of every emotion she couldn't put into words. Izuku's hands came up to cup her face, pulling her closer, and he kissed her back with everything he had. When they finally broke apart, both of them were breathing hard. You're still an idiot, she whispered. I know. And we're going to have a long conversation about communication and not dying. I know. But right now, we need to get these people to safety and file a mission report. She stood up, offering him her hand. Can you walk? He took her hand. Pulled himself up. His body screamed in protest, but his stockpile was refilling, and the pain was already fading. Yeah. I can walk. Good. She didn't let go of his hand. Because if you collapse, I'm dragging you. And I won't be gentle about it. He laughed, actually laughed, a sound that surprised him. I wouldn't expect you to be. They walked out of the tunnels together, 23 rescued civilians being guided to safety behind them, and Izuku thought that maybe, just maybe, things were going to be okay. The inn they stayed at in Kyoto was small and traditional, the kind of place where paper walls separated the rooms and you could hear everyone's conversations if they spoke above a whisper. Izuku had been examined by a local sorcerer with healing abilities, not as skilled as Shoko, but competent enough to confirm that his injuries were healing rapidly thanks to his cursed energy reserves. He was ordered to rest, which he was currently ignoring in favor of staring at the ceiling and processing everything that had happened. Nobara kissed him. That had happened. It was real. He could still feel it, the pressure of her lips, the intensity of her grip, the way she'd looked at him afterward like he was simultaneously the best and worst thing in her life. A soft knock on his door interrupted his spiraling thoughts. It's me, Nobara's voice came through the paper. Can I come in? Yeah. She slid the door open and stepped inside, closing it behind her. She was wearing a yukata provided by the inn, her hair down and slightly damp from the bath. She looked softer. Younger. Without the combat gear and aggressive makeup, she was just a girl his age who'd had a very long day. How are you feeling? She asked, settling onto the tatami beside his futon. Better. The healing helped. Good. She was quiet for a moment. About earlier. You don't have to explain. I want to. She pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. I don't do this, Midoriya. I don't fall for people. I don't let people in. It's messy and complicated and it always ends badly. Then why? Because you almost died. Again. And when I saw you go down, I realized I couldn't imagine going back to Jujutsu High without you. And that terrified me more than the curse did. She met his eyes. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what this is supposed to look like. But I know I don't want to pretend it isn't happening. Izuku sat up, ignoring the protests from his healing body. Maki said something similar. About figuring things out together. Yeah, we talked. Before we left for this mission. Nobara's cheeks reddened slightly. She's, surprisingly okay with it. The sharing thing. I thought she'd be territorial, but she just said something about building your own clan on your own terms and how the old systems of relationships were designed by men to control women. That sounds like Maki. Right? Nobara laughed softly. She also said that if any of us hurt you, she'll break our arms. Which I think was directed at me specifically. She's protective. So am I. Nobara uncurled slightly, facing him more directly. So here's what I think. We're in the middle of a war, cursed spirits everywhere, ancient conspiracies, whatever that thing in your mirrors is. None of us know how long we have. So maybe instead of overthinking everything, we just live. Experience things. See where it goes. And if it goes badly, then at least we tried. She reached out and took his hand. You said you don't know how to let people save you. Maybe this is practice. Letting people care about you. Letting people close. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be real. Izuku looked at their joined hands. Her fingers were smaller than Maki's, more delicate despite the calluses. But her grip was just as strong. I want to try, he said. I don't know if I'll be good at it. Relationships, intimacy, any of it. But I want to try. That's all I'm asking. She squeezed his hand, then let go and stood up. Get some rest. We're taking the train back tomorrow morning, and you're going to need your strength. Why? Because Maki's been texting me. Apparently something's happening with the Zenin clan. Naoya's making moves, and she might need backup. Nobara's expression hardened. Whatever happens, we're going to be there for her. Together. Together, Izuku agreed. Nobara smiled, a real smile, warm and unguarded, and slipped out of his room as quietly as she'd entered. Izuku lay back down, but sleep was a long time coming. His mind was too full, of the battle, of the kiss, of everything that had changed and everything that was about to change. And somewhere in the darkness of his thoughts, the commission echo stirred, tasting his growing happiness like poison. They met Kasumi Miwa and Momo Nishimiya at the Kyoto train station the next morning. Izuku recognized them from reports, Kyoto Jujutsu high students, both skilled in their own ways. Miwa was a swordswoman with average cursed energy but exceptional technique. Nishimiya rode a flying broomstick and had a personality that could charitably be called aggressively confident. So you're the sky-falling guy, Nishimiya said, circling him on her broom like a shark. Heard you wrecked the Tokyo training grounds yesterday. And killed that curse in the tunnels. Busy week. Something like that. She landed in front of him, examining his face with unnerving intensity. You're cuter than I expected. The reports made you sound like some kind of muscle-bound brute. I'm sorry to disappoint. Who said I was disappointed? She grinned. I like surprises. Right, Miwa? Miwa was standing several feet back, clutching her sword sheath like a security blanket. Her face was bright red. And Nishimiya-senpai, please don't put me in the middle of your flirting. I'm absolutely putting you in the middle. Nishimiya turned back to Izuku. Gojo-sensei asked us to join your investigation. Apparently this tunnel curse thing might be connected to something bigger. Connected how? That's what we're going to find out. Nishimiya pulled out her phone, showing him a map with multiple marked locations. The disappearances in Kyoto weren't isolated. Similar patterns have been popping up in Osaka, Nagoya, and Sapporo. All underground, all near old infrastructure, all with increasing cursed energy readings. Someone's farming curses, Nobara said, frowning. Building them up intentionally. That's the theory. And if it's coordinated, there's a sorcerer behind it. A powerful one. Nishimiya's expression went serious. We've got leads on the Osaka nest. Gojo wants the four of us to check it out while the senior sorcerers handle the bigger picture. Four of us. Izuku looked at Miwa, who seemed to be trying to disappear into her own collar. Are you sure about this? I am sure. Miwa straightened up, some steel entering her voice. I know I'm not as strong as you all, but I can help. My simple domain can protect us from technique-based attacks, and my sword work is, I've been training. I didn't mean it as an insult, Izuku said quickly. I just wanted to make sure you were comfortable with the mission. Miwa blinked at him. You, actually care about that? Of course. We're going into danger together. Everyone needs to be ready. Something shifted in Miwa's expression. The anxiety didn't disappear, but it softened into something else, determination, maybe. Appreciation. I'm ready, she said. Let's do this. Osaka was 3 hours away by bullet train. They used the travel time to compare notes, share technique information, and plan their approach. Izuku learned that Nishimiya's flying ability was tied to her curse technique. She could imbue objects with cursed energy and use them as vehicles. The broom was tradition, but she could theoretically use anything. She was also viciously competitive and had apparently won the Kyoto-Tokyo exchange event last year through a combination of skill and what Miwa delicately called, creative rule interpretation. Miwa's simple domain was more versatile than he'd expected. It created a zone where she had absolute awareness of incoming attacks and could automatically counter them. The downside was that it required concentration and couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Your stockpile thing, Nishimiya said, leaning across the train table toward him. How does it actually work? You absorb cursed energy and it doesn't go away. More or less. Every curse I fight, every technique I counter, every bit of negative emotion I process, it all gets added to my reserves permanently. And I can release it in concentrated bursts or use it to reinforce my body. That's broken as hell. I've heard that before. No wonder Gojo's so interested in you. Nishimiya sat back, studying him with new respect. You're basically a power battery with no upper limit. Given enough time and fights, you could theoretically surpass anyone. Theoretically. Don't be modest. It's annoying. She kicked his shin under the table. Own it. You're going to be ridiculously strong. Might as well enjoy it. Nobara, who had been watching this exchange with barely concealed amusement, finally spoke up. Are you hitting on him right now? Because that's what this looks like. Maybe. Is that a problem? Just an observation. Nobara's smile was sharp. He's popular lately. Yeah, I heard about the Maki thing. And now you two show up to Kyoto and come back all glowy. Nishimiya's grin widened. What's the deal, Skyboy? Starting a collection? Izuku genuinely didn't know how to respond to that. I'm not trying to, he's not, Nobara interrupted. He's just stupidly earnest and heroic and he treats everyone like they matter. It's annoying, actually. But also kind of amazing. So he's collecting admirers by accident. Nishimiya laughed. That's even better. The oblivious harem protagonist. Classic. Can we please talk about the mission instead? Miwa's voice was strained. Her face had gone progressively redder throughout this conversation. We're supposed to be professionals. You're right. Nishimiya sobered up, though her eyes still sparkled with mischief. Osaka. Underground curse nest. Possible connection to a larger conspiracy. Focus time. The rest of the train ride was spent on actual planning, but Izuku caught Nishimiya watching him with that calculating, interested expression more than once. The Osaka nest was worse than Kyoto. They found it in the basement levels of an abandoned shopping complex, 3 floors of cursed energy so thick it was almost visible. The creatures down here weren't individual curses, they were a colony, connected to a central mass that pulsed and throbbed like a living tumor. That's not a nest, Nobara said, staring down into the darkness. That's a factory. She was right. The central mass was actively producing curses, budding them off like some kind of horrible cell division. They watched as a grade 4 curse separated from the main body, already fully formed and hostile. Someone's been feeding this thing, Nishimiya muttered. Accelerating its growth. Look at the infrastructure. Izuku saw it now, channels carved into the floor, feeding something into the central mass. Following them with his eyes, he traced them back to a series of tubes that connected to bodies. Human bodies, suspended in pods along the walls. Dozens of them. They're alive. Miwa's voice was horrified. They're being used as fuel. Cut them down, Izuku said. Nishimiya, you're the fastest, get the victims out. Miwa, cover her with your simple domain. Nobara and I will keep the colony busy. That thing produces curses constantly, Nobara pointed out. We can't fight infinite enemies. We don't have to. Izuku was already calculating. The central mass is the source. Destroy that, and the produced curses should destabilize. But we can't attack it directly while it's connected to the victims, the backlash would kill them. So we cut the connections first, then destroy the core. Nobara nodded. That's a lot of connections. I can handle it. Miwa stepped forward, drawing her sword. My simple domain isn't just defensive. If I focus it into the blade, I can cut through cursed energy constructs. Those tubes count. You'd have to maintain the domain while moving through hostile territory, Izuku said. That's incredibly difficult. I know. Miwa's jaw set. But I can do it. This is what I trained for. Izuku looked at her, really looked, and saw not a nervous girl but a sorcerer ready to prove herself. Then let's do it. Everyone knows their role. 3 nods. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, go. They moved. The next 15 minutes were chaos. Nishimiya flew through the chamber on her broom, dodging curse spawn while cutting victims free from their pods. Miwa ran along the walls, her simple domain manifesting as a shimmering field around her blade, severing connection tubes with precise strikes. Nobara covered them both with ranged nail attacks, her resonance technique allowing her to destroy curses at a distance. And Izuku held the line. The central mass recognized the threat and threw everything it had at him. Curse after curse, wave after wave, an endless tide of malformed creatures trying to tear him apart. He fought them all, fists blazing with stockpiled energy, movements precise and devastating. Every curse he killed fed his reserves. Every hit he took was converted into more power. Connections are severed. Miwa's voice cut through the chaos. The victims are clear. Nobara. Izuku shouted. On it. She pulled out a nail, one of the special ones, charged with everything she had, and aimed at the central mass's pulsing core. Resonance, decay. The nail flew true. It struck the core and detonated with a sound like reality tearing. Black ichor sprayed everywhere. The produced curses screamed and dissolved. And the central mass collapsed in on itself, shrinking, dying, finally going still. Silence. Izuku stood in the middle of the devastation, covered in curse blood, breathing hard. His stockpile was nearly depleted, but already he could feel it starting to refill from the ambient cursed energy left behind. Is everyone okay? He called out. Fine here. Nishimiya's voice came from somewhere above. Victims are out. Miwa's a goddamn hero. I just did what needed to be done. Miwa's voice was exhausted but proud. Is it over? Not quite. Nobara walked over to where the central mass had been, poking at the remains with a nail. Look at this. Izuku joined her. In the center of the dead curse, partially buried in the dissolving tissue, was a shard of something crystalline. It pulsed with a faint, malevolent energy. What is that? A seed. A new voice, deep, amused, familiar somehow. The beginning of something beautiful. They spun around. Standing in the entrance to the chamber was a figure in a monk's robe, smiling serenely. Izuku's stockpile screamed a warning. This person's cursed energy was wrong, layered, ancient, accumulated over centuries. It felt like facing Gojo, except instead of overwhelming brightness, this was overwhelming darkness. Who are you? Nobara demanded. Curious. The figure stepped forward, and Izuku saw that their face seemed to shift slightly, as if multiple people were superimposed over each other. I was expecting to observe your fight and recover my seed afterward. I didn't expect you to survive quite so handily. Especially you. They were looking at Izuku. A power that accumulates without limit, fueled by the curses it destroys. Cursed stockpile, they're calling it. But that's not quite accurate, is it? The figure tilted their head. You're not from this world. I can taste the dimensional residue on you. How fascinating. I asked who you are. Kenjaku. The figure bowed mockingly. A humble scholar of cursed energy. I've been cultivating curse seeds across Japan, accelerating the growth of spirits for a project I'm working on. You've just destroyed several months of work. Good, Nobara spat. Perhaps. But this one, Kenjaku's eyes stayed fixed on Izuku, is far more interesting than any curse I could grow. A dimensional traveler with a stockpiling technique. The possibilities are intriguing. Izuku's body tensed. His stockpile was depleted. If this Kenjaku attacked now. Relax. I'm not here to fight. Kenjaku raised their hands peacefully. Not today. I simply wanted to see you in person, Midoriya Izuku. To confirm that the reports were accurate. Reports. Gojo isn't the only one with information networks. Kenjaku smiled. You're going to be very important soon. To my plans, or against them. I haven't decided which yet. I won't help you. You say that now. But circumstances change. Loyalties shift. And sometimes, the people we think are our friends turn out to be something else entirely. Kenjaku's smile widened. Ask your old classmates. I'm sure they'd agree. Izuku went cold. How do you know about that? I know many things. Including what followed you through that dimensional rift. Kenjaku began to fade, their body dissolving into shadow. The Commission Echo, you've been calling it. Such a dramatic name. But accurate. It's growing, Midoriya. Feeding on your guilt. And when it's strong enough, it won't just lurk in mirrors anymore. They were gone. Just shadow and silence remaining. Izuku stood frozen, his mind racing. Kenjaku knew about the echo. Knew about his old world. Had been watching him. Planning something. Midoriya. Nobara's hand on his arm, grounding him. Hey. Talk to me. We need to get back to Tokyo. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. Now. The train ride back was tense. Izuku explained everything, Kenjaku, the Commission Echo, the connection between his trauma and the growing curse. He'd been keeping the Echo's appearances secret, not wanting to burden anyone with his problems. That was clearly no longer an option. So there's an ancient curse sorcerer who's interested in you, and also a curse born from your betrayal that's getting stronger every time you feel guilty about it, Nishimiya summarized. That's a lot. Yeah. And you were dealing with this alone because I didn't want to make my problems everyone else's. Stupid. Nishimiya's voice was sharp. You're part of a team now. Our problems are everyone else's. That's the whole point. That's what I keep telling him, Nobara muttered. Miwa was quiet, but she reached over and put her hand on Izuku's arm. I understand, she said softly. Feeling like you're not worth the trouble. Like helping you takes resources away from things that matter more. Izuku looked at her. Yeah. That's exactly it. I felt that way for years. Still do, sometimes. Being the weakest one, knowing everyone else is carrying you. Miwa's grip tightened. But I'm learning that connection isn't a burden. It's a strength. When you let people help you, you give them a chance to matter. To contribute. To feel like they're part of something bigger. When did Miwa get wise? Nishimiya asked, genuinely surprised. Shut up, senpai. But Miwa was smiling slightly. I'm serious, Midoriya. Whatever's coming, this Kenjaku person, the echo, all of it, you don't have to face it alone. We're here. We choose to be here. The words hit harder than they should have. Izuku felt something loosen in his chest, some knot of self-imposed isolation that he hadn't even realized he was carrying. Thank you, he said. All of you. I'll try to be better about this. You'd better. Nobara kicked his shin under the table. Because if you disappear to fight something alone and get yourself killed, I'll bring you back just to kill you myself. That's not how resurrection works, I'll figure it out. They arrived in Tokyo to find Maki waiting at the station. Her expression was stormy, her cursed tool already strapped to her back. Beside her stood Gojo, looking uncharacteristically serious. We have a problem, Gojo said without preamble. The Zenin clan has made their move. They're calling a formal conclave and demanding Maki's return to the compound. Naoya's pushing for an execution verdict. Execution? Nobara's voice was sharp. For what? Embarrassment, mostly. But they're framing it as endangering clan assets and unauthorized association with foreign elements. Gojo's jaw tightened. The foreign element being Midoriya, specifically. This is my fault, Izuku said. Don't be stupid. Maki's voice was flat. This was coming regardless. Naoya's been looking for an excuse since I was born. You're just the latest one. But if I hadn't confronted him, then he would have used something else. Maki stepped forward and grabbed his collar, pulling his face down to her level. Listen to me, Midoriya. The Zenin clan is rotten. It's been rotten for centuries. Naoya's just the latest symptom of a disease that started long before either of us was born. You didn't cause this. You just gave me a reason to finally deal with it. What are you going to do? I'm going to that conclave. Her eyes were fierce. And I'm going to show them exactly what the failure of the Zenin clan can do. I'm coming with you. Absolutely not. This is clan business, you made me your second. That's a clan tradition, right? Izuku met her gaze without flinching. I'm coming. Naoya wants to use me as a weapon against you. Fine. I'll be a weapon for you instead. Maki stared at him. Something shifted in her expression, frustration melting into something warmer, something fierce. You really are stubborn. Learn from the best. Smooth. Gojo clapped his hands, breaking the moment. Okay, so here's the plan. Maki and Midoriya go to the conclave. I'll be nearby but can't intervene directly, interclan politics are above even my pay grade. Nobara, your backup. Stay outside the compound but be ready to move if things go sideways. What about us? Nishimiya asked. You two report back to Kyoto and brief Principal Gakuganji on the cursed nest situation. The Kenjaku lead needs to be investigated through proper channels. Gojo's expression was serious. This is bigger than one mission. We need everyone coordinated. Miwa nodded, but she was looking at Izuku with concern. Be careful, Midoriya. The Zenin clan isn't known for fair play. Neither am I. Izuku allowed himself a small smile. Not anymore. The Zenin compound was ancient and imposing, a sprawling estate surrounded by walls that practically radiated tradition and contempt. Izuku could feel the cursed energy concentrated here, the accumulated weight of centuries of sorcerer breeding and political maneuvering. Maki walked beside him, her posture perfect, her expression carved from stone. She was wearing formal clan attire, dark robes with the Zenin crest, but her cursed tools were still strapped to her back. A statement. A warning. Don't speak unless spoken to, she murmured as they approached the main gate. Let me handle the politics. If there's a fight, follow my lead. Understood. The gate opened before them. Servants bowed, not to Maki, Izuku noticed, but to the clan crest she wore. Beyond the threshold, a long path led to a central hall where lights flickered and voices murmured. The conclave was already assembled. The hall was filled with Zenin clan members, dozens of them, seated in formal positions along the walls. At the head of the room, on an elevated platform, sat the clan leadership, 3 old men who radiated power and contempt in equal measure, and beside them, smiling his cold smile, Naoya Zenin. The failure arrives. Naoya's voice carried through the hall. And she brings her stray dog. How touching. This stray dog beat you in single combat. Maki's voice was equally carrying. In front of witnesses. If we're discussing failures, cousin, perhaps you should start with your own. The assembled clan members stirred. Izuku could feel the shift in energy, interest, speculation, old grudges being revisited. Enough. One of the elders raised his hand. Maki Zenin. You have been summoned to answer for your conduct. Your association with the outsider known as Midoriya Izuku has been deemed inappropriate for a member of this clan. You are to sever all ties with him immediately and submit to a period of supervised rehabilitation. And if I refuse? Then you will be considered a traitor to the Zenin bloodline and treated accordingly. Maki laughed. It was a sharp, bitter sound that echoed off the walls. A traitor? For what, having friends? For working with someone who actually respects me as a sorcerer rather than a broodmare? She stepped forward, and the assembled clan members flinched back. I've given everything to this clan. My blood, my sweat, my entire life spent proving that I'm more than what you decided I was. And this is how you repay me. You were born without cursed energy. Naoya's voice was cold. You are, by definition, worthless. The only value you might have had was as political leverage, a marriage prospect for alliance building. Instead, you've embarrassed the clan repeatedly and now associate with an anomaly that threatens our position. Your position. Maki's voice was flat. Not the clan's. Yours. Because if I succeed, if I become a great sorcerer without cursed energy, then your entire hierarchy crumbles. The idea that bloodline determines value, that inherited power is the only power that matters, that's what you're really protecting. The hall was silent. Izuku could feel the tension building, the moment stretching toward breaking. Then Naoya stood. You want to know what you're worth, cousin? Let me show you. His cursed energy flared, his technique activating. Right here. Right now. If you can beat me, truly beat me, not that fluke from before, I'll withdraw my petition. But if you lose, you submit to the clan's judgment. Everything. Including handing over your pet. Maki's hand moved to her cursed tool. And the elders accept this? The 3 old men exchanged glances. Then the central one nodded. Trial by combat is an ancient tradition. We will honor its results. Maki turned to Izuku. Her eyes asked a question. He nodded. I trust you. Then stay back. She drew her weapon, a long polearm that hummed with contained violence. And watch me burn this rotten system to the ground. The fight began. Naoya Zenin was, objectively, one of the most dangerous sorcerers of his generation. His projection sorcery allowed him to divide time into 24 frames per second and predetermine his movements within those frames. If he mapped out his actions perfectly, he could move at superhuman speeds with absolute precision. If his opponents didn't map out their own movements correctly, they'd be frozen for 1 second, an eternity in combat. Against most sorcerers, it was nearly unbeatable. Maki wasn't most sorcerers. She had no cursed energy, which meant Naoya's technique couldn't affect her directly. She couldn't be frozen by his projection because she couldn't be targeted by cursed techniques at all. Her heavenly restriction had given her physical abilities far beyond normal humans in exchange for her complete lack of cursed energy. But that didn't make the fight easy. Naoya was still fast. Even without the freezing effect, his movement speed was incredible. He blurred across the hall, striking from angles that seemed impossible, retreating before counterattacks could land. Maki kept pace. Barely. She moved with the efficiency of someone who trained for years against unfair odds. Every motion was deliberate, every stance calculated. Her polearm swept and thrust and blocked with mechanical precision. But she was getting hit. Small cuts, glancing blows, accumulated damage that was starting to add up. This is the difference between us. Naoya's voice was smug even as he fought. You can work as hard as you want, train as long as you want, and you'll never close the gap. I was born to be superior. You were born into privilege. Maki's voice was strained but steady. There's a difference. Is there? Let me show you what privilege can do. He vanished. Faster than before, faster than should be possible. Maki's eyes widened, her body starting to turn. Naoya appeared behind her, hand raised for a killing blow. Izuku moved. He didn't think about it. Didn't calculate the risks or the political consequences. His body just surged forward, stockpiled energy exploding from his legs, and he intercepted Naoya's strike with his forearm. The impact sent both of them flying. Outsider. One of the elders was on his feet. This is a clan matter, he was going for a killing blow. Izuku rolled to his feet, arm throbbing where he'd blocked. Trial by combat doesn't mean assassination. It means whatever I say it means. Naoya was up too, barely scratched. You just invalidated the trial. Maki forfeits. No. Maki's voice cut through the chaos. He's my second. Combat seconds can intervene to protect their principal from dishonorable conduct. You know the old laws, Naoya, better than anyone. Naoya's expression flickered. That tradition hasn't been invoked in centuries, doesn't mean it's not valid. Maki stepped forward, standing beside Izuku. You tried to kill me during a formal trial. That's grounds for a second's intervention. The combat continues, and now you face both of us. The elders conferred in hushed whispers. Naoya's face had gone pale with rage. This is ridiculous, it's traditional. The central elder's voice was calm. The old law is clear. A dishonorable attack permits the second's involvement. The trial continues. 2 against 1. Naoya stared at his great-uncle with betrayal and fury. You can't be serious. The law is the law, Naoya. You of all people should understand that. The elder sat back. Resume. Izuku and Maki exchanged glances. No words were needed. They'd fought together before, in Shibuya, against the special grade. They knew each other's patterns. Naoya attacked. This time, Izuku was ready. His analytical mind had been working throughout the fight, processing Naoya's technique, identifying the tell signs of his 24-frame prediction. The slight pause before each sequence. The way his eyes flickered when mapping out movements. The 1-second gap between completed predictions and new ones. Maki, right side, 3 seconds. She moved without questioning, sweeping toward Naoya's right flank. Naoya had to adjust his prediction, buying Izuku a window to close distance. They hit him simultaneously. Maki's polearm caught him across the ribs, not a killing blow, but painful, cracking at least one bone. Izuku's stockpile-enhanced fist connected with his shoulder, dislocating it with a sound that echoed through the hall. Naoya screamed. He stumbled back, clutching his injured arm, his perfect composure shattered. Blood dripped from his mouth where he'd bitten his tongue. "This isn't, you can't," he was panting, struggling to focus through the pain. "This isn't over." "It can be." Maki pointed her polearm at his throat. "Yield. Withdraw your petition. And we'll call this finished." "Never." Naoya's eyes were wild. "I'll die before I submit to a failure and her pet, then die." Maki's voice was cold. "Final." Her weapon drew back for a killing thrust. "Enough." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried absolute authority. Everyone in the hall froze, Maki mid-strike, Naoya mid-defiance, even the elders on their platform. A figure stepped forward from the shadows. Old, bent, radiating an aura of ancient power that made everything else in the room feel small. Elder Junichi, one of the platform elders, breathed. You didn't expect me to emerge from seclusion for a children's squabble, no." The old man, impossibly old, his face like cracked leather, shuffled forward. "But this stopped being a squabble when you allowed it to threaten the clan's actual future." "The clan's future is not Naoya Zenin." Elder Junichi's voice was dismissive. "It never was. He's a product of our worst impulses, arrogant, cruel, obsessed with bloodline purity while producing nothing of value." "How dare," Naoya started. "Be silent." Junichi's cursed energy flared, and Naoya dropped to his knees, gasping. "You attacked your cousin with killing intent during a formal trial. That's not just dishonorable, it's illegal. Even by our laws." He turned to Maki, and his expression shifted. Not softening, exactly. But becoming something other than contempt. "You, on the other hand, have done something I didn't think possible. You've become strong without cursed energy. Strong enough to fight Naoya Zenin to a standstill. Strong enough that he felt the need to cheat." Junichi's eyes moved to Izuku. "And you found an ally with a technique I've never seen before. One that grows without limit." "I'm not interested in clan politics," Izuku said carefully. "I'm here to support Maki." "Yes. I can see that." Junichi was silent for a moment. "The Zenin clan is old. Too old, perhaps. We've spent centuries trying to breed the perfect sorcerer, and what do we have to show for it? Naoya. Failures of character dressed in genetic superiority." He raised one gnarled hand. "I'm ending this. Naoya Zenin, you are stripped of your position as heir. Your petition against Maki is withdrawn. You will submit to a 5-year rehabilitation program away from the main compound." "You can't, I just did." Junichi's voice was final. "And Maki." She tensed, weapon still raised. "You are free of clan obligations. Permanently. You will receive no support from us, but you will also face no interference. What you do with your freedom is your own affair." Maki stared at him. "Why?" "Because I'm old. Because I've watched this clan rot from the inside for decades. Because you remind me of someone I used to be, before politics and tradition turned me into." He gestured at himself. "This." He turned and began shuffling back toward the shadows. "One more thing. The outsider, Midoriya. He's not your enemy, Naoya. He's your replacement. The new generation, rising without bloodlines, without tradition, without any of the chains we wrapped around ourselves." Junichi paused at the threshold. "Try to kill him if you want. But know that you'll fail. And when you do, the clan will have no one left to blame but itself." He vanished into darkness. The hall was silent for a very long time. They left the Zenin compound as the sun was setting. Maki walked beside Izuku, her polearm on her shoulder, her formal robes exchanged for practical combat gear. She looked lighter. Like a weight had been lifted that she'd been carrying so long she'd forgotten it was there. So that happened, she said. Yeah. An ancient elder emerged from seclusion to disown Naoya and set me free from clan obligations. She shook her head. I didn't even know Junichi was still alive. Are you okay? She stopped walking. Turned to face him. I'm free. Actually free. No more proving myself to people who'll never accept me. No more fighting for a place that was never going to be mine. Is that good? It's terrifying. She laughed, a genuine sound that Izuku had never heard from her before. I've been fighting against the clan my whole life. Now that it's over, I don't know what to do. Izuku reached out and took her hand. Figure it out together. Maki looked at their joined hands. Then at his face. Then she pulled him close and kissed him, fierce and hungry and relieved. Together, she agreed when they broke apart. But if you ever scare me like that again, jumping in front of Naoya's attack without warning, I'd do it again. I know. That's what's terrifying. She punched his shoulder. Learn to let me protect you sometimes. Working on it. They walked toward the compound's main gate, where Nobara was waiting with a transport van. Behind them, the Zenin compound stood ancient and unchanged, but something had shifted in its foundation. A crack that would only grow wider with time. And somewhere in the shadows, a figure with too many faces watched them go and smiled. Interesting, Kenjaku murmured. Very interesting indeed. The debriefing at Jujutsu High took 3 hours. Gojo, Shoko, Principal Yaga, and several senior sorcerers listened as Izuku, Maki, and Nobara recounted everything, the Kyoto mission, the Osaka nest, Kenjaku's appearance, the Zenin conclave. By the end, even Gojo looked concerned. Kenjaku is one of the most dangerous beings in existence, Yaga said heavily. If he's interested in you, Midoriya, that's not good news. He mentioned a project. Curse seeds he's been cultivating across Japan. Izuku forced himself to stay analytical, to think through the implications. He seemed more interested in studying me than attacking me. At least for now. Studying you for what? Shoko asked. He mentioned my technique. How it could be useful to his plans, or destroy them. He offered to send me back to my world if I helped him. And you said no? I said no. Gojo leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. The culling game. That's what he's building toward. We've had intelligence about it for months, some kind of massive cursed energy event that he's been preparing for years. If your stockpile ability is relevant to his plans, then he either wants to use me or eliminate me before I become a threat. Probably both. Kenjaku's smart, he'll try to flip you first, and if that fails, he'll try to kill you. Gojo's grin didn't reach his eyes. Lucky for you, I'm smarter. And you've got backup. What about the commission echo? Maki asked. Kenjaku said it was growing. Shoko, what's your assessment? Shoko pulled out a folder of test results. Based on the cursed energy readings from Midoriya's last encounter with it, the echo is currently at grade 1 levels. It's feeding on his unresolved trauma, guilt, anger, grief about his betrayal. Every time he experiences those emotions strongly, it gets a boost. How do we kill it? Unclear. Normal exorcism techniques might work once it fully manifests, but right now it's more parasitic than independent. It's connected to Midoriya through dimensional resonance. She looked at him directly. The most effective solution would be for you to process your trauma. Genuinely let go of the guilt that's feeding it. That's easier said than done. I know. But it's the only permanent solution. Everything else is just buying time. The meeting continued, covering logistics, mission assignments, and coordination with the Kyoto school. By the time it was over, Izuku's head was spinning. Gojo caught him on the way out. "Hey! You handled that well. The Zenin thing, Kenjaku, all of it. I was terrified the whole time. That's what handling it well looks like." Gojo clapped his shoulder. "Get some rest. Tomorrow we start preparing for whatever Kenjaku's planning. You're going to need your strength." Izuku found Maki and Nobara waiting for him in the courtyard. The sun had fully set, and the school grounds were lit by ambient cursed energy lanterns, a soft, ethereal glow that made everything feel slightly unreal. "Long day," Nobara said. "Long day," Izuku agreed. Maki stepped forward and put her hand on his arm. "Shoko said you need to process your trauma. That's not something you can do alone." "I know. So let us help." Nobara moved to his other side. "Whatever you're carrying, the betrayal, the guilt, all of it, you don't have to carry it by yourself anymore. That's the whole point of what we're building here." "What are we building?" The question came out before he could stop it. Honest and vulnerable and a little desperate. Maki and Nobara exchanged glances. Some silent communication passed between them. "Something new," Maki said. "Something that doesn't follow the old rules. Not clan politics, not traditional relationships, not any of the systems that tried to control us. A partnership," Nobara added. "Of equals. People who chose each other, not because of bloodlines or obligations, but because we actually want to be together. And if more people end up being part of it?" Maki's voice was matter-of-fact. "Miwa, Nishimiya, whoever else. Then we deal with it. Together. On our terms." Izuku looked at them both. These fierce, brilliant women who'd chosen him despite everything, or maybe because of it. "I don't know if I deserve this," he said quietly. "Nobody deserves anything." Nobara's voice was sharp. "Deserve is a stupid concept. You earn things by being there, by showing up, by not running away when it gets hard. And you've done that. Every single time. So stop asking if you deserve it." Maki's hand moved from his arm to his face, cupping his cheek. "Start asking what you want. And then go get it." What did he want? For so long, the answer had been simple: to be a hero. To save people. To prove that he was worthy of the power he'd been given. But that was his old life. His old world. His old self. Here, now, surrounded by people who saw him, really saw him, what did he want? "I want this," he said. "I want you. Both of you. And whatever else comes with that." Maki smiled. Nobara grinned. "Then you've got us." Nobara grabbed his collar. "Now stop being dramatic and kiss me already." He kissed her. Then he kissed Maki. And for a while, under the soft glow of cursed energy lanterns, nothing else mattered. 2 days later, Mei found him. She appeared without warning in the training grounds, watching him demolish practice dummies with an expression of cool assessment. She was tall, silver-haired, and radiated a mercenary competence that made Izuku immediately wary. "Midoriya Izuku," she said when he paused his training. "I've heard interesting things about you. Good things or bad things? Profitable things." She walked closer, circling him the way Nishimiya had on the train. "You killed a special grade on your first day. Destroyed a grade 1 nest in Osaka. Survived a confrontation with Kenjaku. And your power grows stronger every time you fight. That's an accurate summary. I like accuracy. I also like potential." She stopped in front of him, her eyes sharp and calculating. "I'm a mercenary. I take high-paying missions that the schools won't touch. Dangerous work, but the rewards are substantial. Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want you to join me on a job. There's a cursed nest in the mountains north of here, grade 1 or higher, the client isn't sure. The pay is excellent, and you'd gain significant combat experience. And what do you get out of it? A competent partner for a dangerous mission. Also, a chance to see what you can really do. Mei Mei's smile was sharp. I've watched your fights. You're holding back. You're not comfortable with your full power yet. I can help with that. Izuku considered. She was right, he'd been cautious with his stockpile, afraid of what might happen if he lost control. But fear wasn't going to make him stronger. What's the timeline? We leave tomorrow morning. Back by nightfall if things go well. Mei Mei tilted her head. Unless you need to ask permission from your girlfriends first. They're not, he stopped. They kind of were, actually. I'll let them know. Practical. I like that. Mei Mei turned to leave. Training ground, 6 a.m. Don't be late. The mountain mission was brutal. The curse wasn't a single entity, it was a hive mind, dozens of grade 2s controlled by a central grade 1 consciousness. They emerged from the rocks like nightmares, surrounding Mei Mei and Izuku in a canyon with no escape. Well, Mei Mei said, summoning her crows, this is more than advertised. I noticed. Show me what you can do. Izuku let go. He'd been holding back, afraid of drawing on too much stockpiled energy at once. But surrounded by enemies, with a competent partner watching, he decided it was time to test his limits. His cursed energy exploded outward, a shockwave that flattened the nearest curses and sent cracked spiderwebbing through the canyon walls. He moved through the horde like a force of nature, each strike releasing accumulated power in devastating bursts. And with every curse he killed, he got stronger. The grade 2s fell in moments. The central consciousness, a massive, segmented thing that looked like a centipede made of screaming faces, was more challenging. It had regeneration, it had reach, and it could coordinate its component parts with disturbing precision. But it couldn't match his accumulation rate. Every time it hurt him, he absorbed cursed energy. Every time it attacked, he gained more fuel for counterattacks. The fight became a war of attrition that he was guaranteed to win. 5 minutes. 10. 15. The central consciousness realized it was losing and tried to flee, burrowing into the mountainside. Izuku followed, digging through rock with stockpile-enhanced strength, until he found its core hidden in a cavern deep underground. He destroyed it with a single burst release. The mountain trembled. The cavern collapsed. And Izuku emerged from the rubble, breathing hard, his stockpile higher than it had ever been. Mei Mei was waiting outside, her crows circling overhead. Her expression was, impressed. Genuinely impressed. That was spectacular, she said. You killed a grade 1 hive mind solo while I handled cleanup. You let me handle it solo. I wanted to see what you could do without backup. She stepped closer. And now I know. You're going to be special grade within weeks, Midoriya. Maybe days. Is that why you brought me here? Partly. I also wanted to see what kind of person you are. She studied his face. You could have left some of the grade 2s for me to handle. Instead, you threw yourself at all of them, absorbing damage to grow stronger. You fight like someone who doesn't care about getting hurt. I heal fast. That's not an answer. She reached up and touched his face, a surprisingly gentle gesture. You fight like someone who doesn't value themselves. Like your life is just a resource to be spent. Izuku didn't know what to say. That's dangerous, Mei Mei continued. Suicidal, even. But it's also, attractive, in a way. Someone who'll give everything without hesitation. That kind of intensity is rare. Are you hitting on me? Maybe. Is that a problem? I'm kind of already involved with Maki and Nobara, yes. The whole school knows. Mei Mei's smile was sharp. I'm not asking for exclusivity. I'm asking for consideration. Think about it. She walked away, leaving Izuku standing in the mountain debris, wondering how his life had gotten so complicated. Back at Jujutsu High, Shoko was waiting for him. Mission debrief can wait, she said, gesturing toward the medical wing. I want to check your energy readings. The examination took an hour. Shoko ran tests, took samples, stared at readouts with increasing disbelief. This isn't possible, she finally said. What isn't? Your cursed energy reserves. They've doubled since yesterday. Doubled. She looked at him with something between fascination and concern. The mountain curse, whatever you absorbed from it, it wasn't just power. It was fuel. Like your stockpile found a new source and exploited it. Is that bad? It's unprecedented. Gojo-sensei's cursed energy is immense, but it's stable. Yours is growing. Constantly. She set down her tablet. At this rate, you'll surpass him within months. Izuku sat in silence, processing. Surpass Gojo Satoru. The strongest sorcerer alive. The man who everyone said was untouchable. That's the good news, Shoko continued. The bad news is that the commission echo is growing too. Faster than before. Whatever happened on that mountain, the stress, the life or death fighting, it fed the echo along with your stockpile. How strong is it now? Approaching special grade. Shoko's voice was grim. And it's getting more independent. The dimensional resonance that connects it to you is weakening. Soon it won't need your trauma to sustain itself. It'll be able to exist on its own. And then it'll try to kill you. Along with everyone you care about. That night, the echo came to him directly. Not in mirrors this time. In person. It appeared in his dormitory room, standing at the foot of his bed, wearing Ochako Uraraka's face. You've been busy, it said with her voice. Making friends. Finding purpose. Almost happy, even. Izuku sat up slowly. His stockpile was ready, churning with power. You're getting stronger. So are you. We're connected, remember. Everything you gain, I gain. Every trauma you process, I lose. It's a race. The echo smiled Uraraka's smile, warm and sweet and completely wrong. But I've got a head start. All those years of pain, all those memories you're still carrying, they're mine now. And they're delicious. What do you want? What I've always wanted. To remind you of what you really are. The echo shifted, Uraraka's face melting into Bakugo's sneer. A worthless Deku. A quirkless nobody who was never meant to have power. Everything you've built here. It's a lie. A house of cards that's going to collapse. You're wrong. Am I? The echo stepped closer. Its form was flickering now, cycling through faces, All Might's disappointment, Todoroki's indifference, Ida's formal distance. They never really cared about you. Not in the way you wanted. And the moment you became inconvenient, they threw you away. That was them. Not the people here. Oh, the people here. The echo laughed with multiple voices. Maki, who spent her whole life being rejected by everyone she trusted. Nobara, who's terrified of being abandoned again. Do you really think they won't hurt you eventually? That's what people do, Deku. They disappoint. Izuku's hands clenched. The dark energy roiled inside him, responding to his anger and fear. That's it, the echo whispered. Feel it. Remember it. Remember what they did to you. Remember how it felt to lose everything, no. Izuku stood up. The room trembled with the force of his cursed energy. You're right about one thing. They did hurt me. They betrayed me. And there's a part of me that will never fully heal from that. The echo smiled. But you're wrong about everything else. Izuku stepped forward, and the echo stepped back. The people here aren't them. They've proven themselves. They've fought beside me, bled for me, chosen me even when they didn't have to. And I'm choosing them back. Sentiment won't save you, this isn't sentiment. It's strategy. Izuku's stockpile blazed. You feed on my guilt. My trauma. My inability to let go of what happened. But what happens when I actually let go? What happens when I accept that my old life is over, really over, and stop mourning it? The echo's smile faltered. You starve. You can't just, I can. I am. Izuku closed his eyes. Drew on the power inside him, not the dark energy, but something else. The warmth of Maki's hand in his. The fire in Nobara's kiss. The quiet support of Miwa, the competitive respect of Nishimiya, the genuine interest of Mei Mei. The way Yuji laughed at his jokes and Megumi nodded at his plans and Gojo treated him like an equal. These were his people now. This was his life now. The old world was gone. And that was okay. No. The echo surged forward, its form destabilizing, multiple faces screaming, multiple voices shrieking. You can't just forget. They destroyed you. They betrayed you. You should hate them. I did hate them. Izuku's voice was calm. For a while. But hate takes energy, and I'd rather spend that energy on people who deserve it. His stockpile roared to life, not attacking the echo, but burning away the guilt and grief that it had been feeding on. Processing the trauma, converting it into power, leaving nothing for the parasite to consume. The echo screamed. Flickered. Began to fade. This isn't over, it hissed as it dissolved. I'm still growing. I'm still connected to you. And sooner or later, you'll slip. You'll remember. And I'll be there. Maybe. But not tonight. The echo vanished. Izuku stood alone in his room, breathing hard, his stockpile thrumming with newly processed energy. It wasn't over. The echo was right about that. It was still out there, still growing, still connected to him through dimensional resonance. But he'd learned something important. The echo's power came from his pain. If he could process that pain, convert it into something positive, he could starve it to death. And he had people helping him do exactly that. The next morning, he told everyone. Gojo, Maki, Nobara, Yuji, Megumi, Shoko, they gathered in the common room while Izuku explained what had happened. The echo's visit. The confrontation. What he'd learned about its weakness. So the solution is therapy, Nobara summarized. Literal emotional healing. In a sense. That's the stupidest weakness I've ever heard of. But she was grinning. Also the most manageable. We can do therapy. I'm great at therapy. You threatened to nail your last therapist to a wall, Megumi pointed out. She deserved it. Her advice was terrible. The point, Maki cut in, is that we have a strategy now. Keep Midoriya emotionally stable and supported, and the echo starves. Let him spiral into guilt and trauma, and the echo grows. Sounds like a good reason to keep him happy, Yuji said brightly. What makes you happy, Midoriya? Food? Training? Romance? All of the above, Nobara muttered, and Maki's lips twitched. Focus, people. Gojo clapped his hands. The echo is a threat, but it's manageable. The bigger concern is Kenjaku. He's planning something major, and Midoriya's at the center of it whether he wants to be or not. What do we know about his plans? Izuku asked. The culling game. Some kind of massive cursed energy event he's been preparing for years. The cursed seeds you found, they're part of it. He's cultivating spirits across Japan, building towards something. Gojo's expression was unusually serious. We don't have enough information yet, but we're working on it. In the meantime, everyone stays alert. Nobody goes on solo missions. We operate in pairs at minimum. And Naoya? Maki asked. Zenin clan business. Elder Junichi's decision stands. Naoya's been stripped of his position and sent to rehabilitation. But he's still dangerous, and he still wants revenge. Gojo looked at Maki and Izuku. Watch your backs. Both of you. The meeting broke up, everyone heading to their various assignments. But Izuku lingered, and so did Maki and Nobara. You okay? Maki asked. Yeah. Better than okay, actually. Izuku managed a real smile. Last night, with the echo, something clicked. I think I'm finally starting to understand what I want. Who I want to be. And who's that? Someone who protects the people he cares about. Someone who gets stronger to fight for them, not to prove his own worth. Someone who, he broke off, suddenly embarrassed. Sorry. That sounded dramatic. It sounded honest. Nobara stepped closer. I like honest. So do I. Maki took his hand. Whatever comes next, Kenjaku, the echo, Naoya, all of it, we face it together. Right? Right. The three of them stood there for a moment, hands linked, something solid forming between them. Not just romance, though that was there too. Something deeper. A partnership. A foundation. And as the morning light streamed through the windows of Jujutsu High, Izuku felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Hope. Chapter 3, Overflow. Gojo Satoru stood across from Izuku in the reinforced underground training chamber, the one built specifically for special grade threats, and for the first time in years, he wasn't smiling. Hit me, he said. Izuku hit him. His fist connected with infinity, Gojo's absolute defense, the barrier that slowed anything approaching him to a conceptual halt. Every sorcerer in recorded history had bounced off infinity like a rubber ball hitting a concrete wall. Infinity cracked. Not broke. Not shattered. But for one fraction of a second, Izuku's stockpiled energy, 6 weeks of accumulated power compressed into a single point, forced a visible fracture in the technique that was supposed to be unbreakable. Gojo's eyes widened behind his blindfold. He stepped back. Touched the air where infinity had cracked, feeling the distortion with his fingertips. Well, he said. That's new. Did I hurt you? No. But you scared me a little. Gojo lowered his blindfold, both eyes open, the infinite void of his limitless technique visible in his irises. Nobody's cracked infinity since Toji Fushiguro. And he did it through physical stats alone, heavenly restriction pushed to the absolute limit. You did it with raw cursed energy output. I can feel it growing. Izuku flexed his hand. No pain, the impact had been absorbed back into his stockpile. Every day. Every fight. It just keeps building. Your reserves right now are roughly triple what mine were at your age. Gojo pulled his blindfold back up. And mine were already considered unprecedented. If you keep this trajectory. He trailed off, doing math in his head. Yeah. You'll surpass me. Not today, not tomorrow, but within the year. Maybe sooner. Does that bother you? Gojo laughed, genuine, delighted. Bother me? Kid, I've been waiting for someone to catch up to me for my entire adult life. Being the strongest is boring. Having a rival? That's exciting. I'm not trying to be your rival. I know. That's what makes it even better. Gojo stretched, cracking his neck. Okay, we're done here. I've confirmed what I needed to confirm. Your power level is sufficient for what's coming. What's coming? Gojo's expression shifted. The playfulness dropped away, and underneath it was something Izuku rarely saw from him, genuine concern. Kenjaku's accelerating his timeline. We've intercepted communications, coded, but Mei's intelligence network cracked them yesterday. He's planning to activate the culling game within the week. Izuku's stomach dropped. A week? Maybe less. He's been planting cursed objects across Japan for months. The seeds you found in Osaka were just part of it. When he activates them, they'll create barrier colonies across the country. Everyone inside gets forced to participate. Sorcerers, civilians, cursed spirits, all thrown together in a death game. How many people? Millions, potentially. The barriers will cover major population centers. Gojo's voice was flat. He wants chaos. Massive amounts of cursed energy generated by fear, violence, and death, all funneled towards some greater purpose we haven't figured out yet. Can you stop it? I can try. But Kenjaku knows my capabilities, and he's been planning around them for centuries. Literally centuries. This isn't some villain who showed up last week. He's been alive for over 1,000 years, jumping between bodies, accumulating knowledge and power. Gojo met his eyes. Which is why I need you ready. If something happens to me, nothing's going to happen to you. You don't know that. And neither do I. Gojo put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm the strongest. But strongest doesn't mean invincible. Kenjaku has been hunting me for years, looking for a way to neutralize me. If he finds one, then you need a backup. Then the world needs someone who can fill the gap. Gojo's grip tightened. That's you, Midoriya. Whether you want it or not. Izuku felt the weight of those words settle on his shoulders. It was familiar, the burden of being chosen, of carrying expectations that felt too heavy for one person. But this time, it was different. This time, he wasn't carrying it alone. I'll be ready, he said. I know you will. Gojo released him, the grin returning. Now go see your girlfriends. You've got that look, the one where you're about to internalize everything and brood. They're better at fixing that than I am. I don't brood. You absolutely brood. It's very dramatic. Very anime protagonist. Gojo waved him off. Go. I've got preparations to make. He found them in the courtyard, not just Maki and Nobara, but everyone. Yuji was doing one-armed push-ups while Megumi timed him. Miwa was practicing sword forms against a training dummy. Nishimiya was hovering on her broom, tossing commentary at everyone below. Even Mei was there, seated on a bench, watching the chaos with an amused expression. And Shoko, leaning against a pillar with a coffee cup, looking like she hadn't slept in days. There he is. Nobara spotted him first. How'd the session with Gojo go? I cracked his infinity. Dead silence. You what? Yuji fell out of his push-up position. Cracked it. Just a hairline fracture. It didn't break through, but you cracked infinity. Megumi's voice was carefully controlled. The technique that's supposed to be impenetrable. Yeah. Everyone stared at him. That's absolutely terrifying, Nishimiya said from above. And also incredibly hot. Just putting that out there. Nishimiya, Miwa started. What? I'm being honest. A guy who can crack the strongest defense in existence. That's attractive. Sue me. Nobody's suing anyone. Maki walked over to Izuku, her expression unreadable. How do you feel? Scared. Honesty. Always honesty with her. Gojo says Kenjaku's moving within the week. The culling game. He wants me as backup in case. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Maki's jaw tightened. In case something happens to Gojo. Yeah. The courtyard went quiet again. The weight of that implication hung over everyone. Then we prepare. Maki's voice was steel. All of us. Whatever Kenjaku's planning, we face it together. She's right. Nobara stood up, hammer in hand. No more solo hero stuff. We train as a unit. We fight as a unit. I'm in. Yuji's face was serious, a rare expression for him. Whatever it takes. Same. Megumi. Short, certain. Obviously. Nishimiya landed her broom. Miwa? Yes. Of course. Miwa gripped her sword. I'm not the strongest, but I can help. My simple domain is exactly what we need, Izuku cut in. Your domain provides a defensive zone that counters technique-based attacks. In a large-scale battle, that's invaluable. Don't undersell yourself. Miwa's eyes widened. Then she nodded, something fierce sparking in her expression. Mei. Izuku looked at the mercenary. I don't do charity work. She sipped something from a flask. But Kenjaku's plans threaten the entire jujitsu economy. If civilization collapses, there's nobody to pay me for missions. She stood up. Consider my involvement and investment in future revenue. That's cold, Nobara muttered. That's pragmatic. Mei's smile was sharp. But also, he asked for my help. Politely. That counts for something. Shoko pushed off her pillar. I'll be running medical support. Everyone comes to me for pre-battle assessments tomorrow. No exceptions. She pointed at Izuku. Especially you. Your energy readings have been destabilizing for days. I want a full workup. Tomorrow, Izuku agreed. He looked around the courtyard at the people who'd become his people. Fighters, every one of them. Scarred, stubborn, fierce, complicated. Nothing like the neat, orderly heroism of his old world. Better. Okay, he said. Let's get to work. They trained for 3 days straight. Not the usual individual sessions, this was coordinated group combat drills. Izuku designed them based on his analysis of everyone's strengths and weaknesses, creating combinations that maximized their collective effectiveness. Maki and Izuku practiced synchronized close combat, developing a two-person style that covered each other's blind spots. Her speed and technique precision complemented his raw power and analytical mind. By the second day, they could fight together without speaking, pure muscle memory and trust. Nobara worked on extending her resonance range, using nails pre-charged with Izuku's stockpiled energy to create devastating long-range attacks. The combination of their cursed energies produced something neither could achieve alone, a hybrid technique that bypassed normal cursed energy resistance. Miwa drilled her simple domain deployment under combat conditions, learning to activate it instantly and direct its protective zone to shield specific allies. Izuku spent hours helping her refine the technique, identifying inefficiencies in her form that she'd never noticed. You hold your breath when you deploy, he told her during a practice session. It tenses your core and reduces the domain's expansion speed by about 15%. Miwa blinked. Nobody's ever noticed that before. I notice everything. Breathe through the deployment. Keep your diaphragm relaxed. She tried it. The domain expanded faster, smoother, covering a wider area. That's amazing. She stared at the shimmering boundary of her technique. Midoriya, how do you see things like that? I spent years analyzing people's abilities. It's what I do. He offered a small smile. You're talented, Miwa. You just need someone to point out the things you're too close to see yourself. She turned red. Thank you. I mean, yes, thank you. You're very kind, and Miwa. Nishimiya swooped down on her broom. You're blushing. It's adorable. But also, we've got drills to finish. Right. Yes. Drills. Miwa practically ran back to her training position, still red-faced. Nishimiya lingered, hovering beside Izuku. You really do collect them without trying, don't you? I just gave her technical advice. And validated her abilities, looked her in the eye while doing it, and smiled at her like she matters. Nishimiya's expression was amused but warm. In this world, that's practically a marriage proposal. I'm not, I know. You're just being yourself. That's the problem. She reached down and ruffled his hair. For what it's worth, I think it's good. What you're building. The connections, the partnerships, all of it. This world chews people up. Having someone who genuinely gives a damn. That's rare. She flew off before he could respond, leaving him standing there with messy hair and confused feelings. Mei Mei's contribution to the preparations was intelligence. She had contacts everywhere, information brokers, rogue sorcerers, even a few corrupted curse users who owed her favors. Over 3 days, she assembled a picture of Kenjaku's plans that made everyone's blood run cold. 19 barrier colonies, she said, spreading a map across the strategy room table. Each one covering a major population center. Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, Nagoya, Sapporo, Fukuoka, the list goes on. When the barriers activate, everyone inside is trapped. How do the barriers work? Megumi asked. Cursed energy constructs, reinforced by the cursed objects Kenjaku's been planting. Each object serves as an anchor point. Destroy the anchors, and the barrier falls. But the anchors are guarded by awakened sorcerers, civilians who've been unknowingly imbued with cursed techniques through Kenjaku's manipulation. Civilians with cursed techniques? Yuji looked sick. They didn't choose this. No. But they'll fight like they did. Mei Mei's voice was clinical. Kenjaku's method is elegant, he plants cursed objects near individuals with latent potential, triggering forced awakenings. They gain power they don't understand and can't control. Most of them will be terrified, violent, and extremely dangerous. We can't just kill civilians, Izuku said flatly. We might not have a choice. We always have a choice. His voice was hard. Find another way. Subdue them, neutralize the cursed objects, break the awakening, there has to be an alternative to slaughter. Mei Mei studied him for a long moment. You really believe that? I know it. I was a hero once, not a soldier. Heroes find ways to save everyone. Even when it's harder. Harder gets people killed. Not if we're strong enough. Izuku met her gaze without flinching. And we will be. Something shifted in Mei Mei's expression. Not agreement, exactly, but respect. The kind of respect she reserved for people who surprised her. Fine. I'll look into neutralization options for the cursed objects. But if it comes down to your allies or awakened civilians, you need to be ready to make hard calls. I'll make them when I have to. Not before. Mei Mei nodded slowly. You know, when I first approached you, I thought you were just another idealistic kid with too much power. I was going to use you, take you on missions, profit from your growth, discard you when you stopped being useful. And now? Now I think you might actually be able to change things. She stood up, gathering her intelligence files. That's either inspiring or dangerous. I haven't decided which. Both, Izuku said. Definitely both. You sound like Maki. I'll take that as a compliment. Mei Mei laughed, a genuine sound, warm and surprised, and for a moment she looked younger, less guarded. Don't die in the culling game, Midoriya. I've invested too much in you to lose that return. Is that concern? It's economics. But she was smiling as she left. A real smile. Get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be the last peaceful day we get for a while. That night, Shoko found him in the medical wing. He'd come for the assessment she'd demanded, checking his energy levels, running diagnostics, making sure his body could handle what was coming. But the examination turned into something else. Your cellular structure is changing, she said, staring at scan results with an expression he'd never seen from her before. Shoko was always calm, always controlled. Right now she looked unnerved. The cursed energy isn't just stored in your reserves anymore. It's integrating into your physical body. Your muscles, your bones, your nervous system, they're all becoming conduits for stockpiled energy. What does that mean? It means your body is adapting to contain more power. Evolving in real time to accommodate the growing stockpile. She set down the scans. It also means you're becoming something that's never existed before. Not a sorcerer, not a curse, not a human, something new. Something dangerous. Everything powerful is dangerous. She looked at him, really looked, her professional mask slipping. Are you scared? Constantly. Good. Scared people are careful. She pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a long drag. I've been a doctor in this world for over a decade. I've seen sorcerers burn out, go mad, get consumed by their own techniques. The ones who survive are the ones who stay grounded. Who remember what they're fighting for. Is that medical advice? It's personal experience. She exhaled smoke. Gojo and I were students together. Along with another man, Geto Suguru. The three of us were supposed to change the world. What happened? Geto decided the world wasn't worth saving. He turned on everything we believed in. Tried to kill all non-sorcerers because he decided they were the source of all curses. Shoko's voice was flat, but her eyes weren't. We lost him. Not to death, to ideology. To the belief that power justified any action. Why are you telling me this? Because you're approaching Gojo's level of power. And when people reach that level, they have to make a choice. Use it to protect, or use it to control. She met his eyes. Geto chose wrong. Gojo chose right, but the loneliness of being the strongest has been eating him alive for years. He hides it behind jokes and bravado, but I know him. He's tired. And you want to make sure I don't end up like either of them. I want to make sure you stay human. She stubbed out her cigarette. The connections you're building, Maki, Nobara, the others, those aren't just relationships. They're anchors. They keep you grounded, remind you what matters. Don't let go of them. No matter how strong you get. Izuku was quiet for a moment. Then, thank you, Shoko. Don't thank me. Just don't die. She paused. And come back for follow-up scans after the culling game. I want to track these cellular changes. Will do. He stood to leave, but she caught his wrist. Her grip was gentle but firm. One more thing. Her voice was softer now. Vulnerable in a way she never let herself be. When Geto left, I blamed myself. For years. Thought I should have seen the signs, should have done something, should have been enough to keep him grounded. That wasn't your fault. I know that now. But the guilt nearly destroyed me. She released his wrist. Don't make the same mistake I did. When people choose darkness, it's their choice. Not your failure. She was talking about the echo. About his old world. About the guilt that still lurked in his chest despite everything he'd done to process it. I'm working on it, he said. I know. She almost smiled. That's why I have hope. The attack came 2 days early. Izuku was jolted awake at 4 a.m. by alarms, not the school's curse alert system, but something deeper, more primal. The building itself was shaking. The air tasted wrong, charged, electric, heavy with cursed energy. He was dressed and moving in 30 seconds. The hallway was chaos, students and staff rushing in every direction, shouting updates, grabbing weapons. Maki materialized beside him, polearm already in hand. Multiple special grade signatures. All across Tokyo. This is it. Kenjaku. He's activated the barriers early. Mei Mei's network just confirmed, 19 colonies going live simultaneously. Maki's face was grim. Gojo's already moving. He's heading to intercept Kenjaku directly. Alone? He insisted. Said he's the only one who can handle Kenjaku's technique. She grabbed his arm. We need to focus on our part. The Tokyo barrier colony is anchored at 6 points across the city. We need to destroy the anchors before the barrier fully solidifies. They reached the main hall. Everyone was there, Nobara, Yuji, Megumi, Miwa, Nishimiya, Mei Mei. Even Panda, the sentient cursed corpse who served as Jujutsu High's strangest student. Izuku's mind was already working. 6 anchor points. 8 combat-capable allies. Plus himself. Teams, he said, and everyone shut up and listened. That was new, the automatic deference to his tactical sense. He'd earned it over 6 weeks of missions and training, but it still surprised him. Maki and I take the Shibuya anchor. It'll have the heaviest guard. Shibuya is the population center, the biggest energy source. He pointed at the map Mei Mei had pinned to the wall. Nobara and Megumi, you've got Shinjuku. Yuji and Nishimiya, Ikebukuro. Miwa and Panda, Roppongi. That's 4 teams for 6 anchors, Mei Mei pointed out. You and Shoko handle the remaining 2. Ueno and Shinagawa. They should be lighter targets, Mei Mei's combat ability and Shoko's healing can handle them. Shoko doesn't fight, Nobara said. She will today. Izuku looked at the doctor, who was standing in the doorway with an expression he'd never seen before, cold, hard, ready. Won't you? I didn't spend 12 years in this world to watch it end from a medical room. Shoko cracked her knuckles. Mei Mei, try to keep up. Charming. Mei Mei's smile was sharp. Let's move. They moved. Tokyo was burning. Not literally, yet, but the cursed energy barriers were manifesting as visible distortions in the sky, shimmering walls of force that were slowly enclosing entire districts. Inside the barriers, curses were spawning at an unprecedented rate, drawn to the concentrated negative emotions of millions of terrified civilians. Izuku and Maki sprinted through Shibuya's streets, dodging panicked crowds and emerging curses alike. The anchor point was supposed to be somewhere near the crossing, the most densely populated intersection in the world, and therefore the richest source of cursed energy. There. Maki pointed. The 109 building. Feel that? Izuku felt it. A massive concentration of cursed energy at the building's base, not a curse, but an object. The anchor. Buried in the foundation, radiating waves of barrier-sustaining power. And standing between them and the building were 3 figures. Awakened civilians. Kenjaku's involuntary soldiers. 2 men and a woman, all in their 20s, all radiating cursed energy they clearly didn't understand. Their eyes were wide with confusion and terror, but their bodies moved with technique-enhanced precision. They don't know what's happening to them, Izuku said. Look at their faces. I see it. Maki's grip on her polearm tightened. We need to get past them without killing them. I can try something. Izuku stepped forward, hands raised. Hey! Can you hear me? The nearest awakened, a young man in a business suit, flinched. Stay back. I don't know what's happening to me, my body keeps, his arm shot out involuntarily, releasing a blast of raw cursed energy that tore a crater in the street. I know you're scared. Izuku kept his voice calm, steady. Something was done to you against your will. A cursed object triggered an awakening in your body. You're producing cursed energy now, and you can't control it. How do you? Because I went through the same thing. Not exactly true, but close enough. My power appeared suddenly too. I couldn't control it. I hurt people by accident. He took another step forward. Let me help you. I can stabilize your cursed energy if you let me touch you. He didn't actually know if he could do that. But his resonance ability, the one he discovered could share stockpiled energy with allies, might work in reverse. If he could absorb their uncontrolled cursed energy into his stockpile, it would neutralize them without harm. Don't come closer. The woman raised her hands, energy crackling between her fingers. I'll hurt you, I can't control, then don't control it. Just let it go. Izuku reached out. I'll catch it. The woman's cursed energy exploded outward, a desperate, uncontrolled blast that would have leveled the street. Izuku absorbed it. All of it. The energy slammed into his stockpile like water into a reservoir. The woman collapsed, unconscious but alive, her involuntary awakening neutralized. Oh my God. The businessman stared. How did you, give me your hand? He did. Izuku drew the cursed energy out of him the same way, a controlled absorption that emptied his reserves and left him dazed but unharmed. The third awakened didn't wait. She ran toward Izuku and grabbed his arm, and he absorbed her energy too. 3 civilians saved. 0 casualties. That was incredible. Maki was beside him, her expression mixing admiration with concern. But you just tripled your intake. Are you okay? More than okay. Izuku flexed his hands. The additional energy was already integrated into his stockpile, boosting his total reserves. Every awakened we neutralize makes me stronger. And everyone we save is someone we don't have to fight. Then let's move. The anchor's inside. They entered the 109 building. The anchor was in the basement, a cursed object the size of a basketball, pulsing with malevolent energy, embedded in the building's foundation. Around it, 3 Grade 1 curses stood guard, drawn to the anchor's power like moths to a flame. Maki took the left 2. Izuku took the right one. His curse died in a single hit, a burst release that obliterated it before it could even register his presence. The absorbed energy from the awakened civilians had pushed his output to absurd levels. Maki's fight lasted longer, she was still human speed, even with her heavenly restriction. But she was fighting with a fluidity and precision he'd never seen from her before. Every movement was perfect. Every strike was lethal. Her second curse fell, and she turned to the anchor. Can you destroy it? Easily. Izuku raised his fist. Wait. Maki caught his arm. If we destroy it too fast, the barrier energy might backlash. We need to drain it first. I can drain it. Same way I absorbed the awakened civilian's energy. He pressed his palm against the anchor. The cursed energy resistance was massive. This wasn't human-scale power, this was a construct designed by a 1,000-year-old sorcerer. But Izuku's stockpile was hungry, and the anchor's energy was just fuel. He pulled. The anchor screamed. Not physically, the sound was psychic, a wail of cursed energy being torn from its purpose. Izuku gritted his teeth and kept pulling, draining the object like a vacuum, absorbing everything it had into his ever-growing reserves. 30 seconds. A minute. 2. The anchor cracked. Went dark. Crumbled to dust. Above them, the barrier over Shibuya flickered and began to dissolve. 1 down, Maki said. 5 to go. Izuku's phone buzzed. Multiple messages. Nobara, Shinjuku anchor destroyed. Megumi's hurt but mobile. 2 awakened neutralized. Yuji, Ikebukuro done. Nishimiya is scary when she's serious. 3 awakened saved. Miwa, Roppongi anchor down. Panda took damage but he's okay. Please send medical support when possible. Mei, Ueno clear. Shoko handled Shinagawa solo while I dealt with complications. She's more dangerous than she lets on. 5 anchors down. 1 remaining. Then a new message, from a number he didn't recognize. Did you really think it would be this easy? Izuku's blood went cold. Maki. We need to move. Now. The sixth anchor wasn't where Mei's intelligence said it would be. It was at Jujutsu High. They arrived to find the school surrounded by a secondary barrier, smaller than the citywide ones, but denser. More focused. Inside, cursed energy was spiking to levels Izuku had never felt before. Everyone converged. Nobara and Megumi arrived from Shinjuku, Megumi limping but functional. Yuji and Nishimiya from Ikebukuro, barely scratched. Miwa and Panda from Roppongi, battered but standing. Mei and Shoko from their respective targets, Shoko looking like she'd barely broken a sweat. Kenjaku played us, Mei said, her voice tight with rare anger. The 6 anchors were decoys. Real ones, yes, they maintained the barriers, but the actual goal was getting us away from the school. Why the school? Nobara demanded. Because I'm here, Izuku said quietly. Everyone looked at him. Think about it. The barrier over Jujutsu High went up while we were scattered across Tokyo. Kenjaku timed it perfectly, draw everyone away, isolate the school, then what? Maki's hand was white-knuckled on her polearm. A figure appeared at the school's main gate. Kenjaku. Same monk's robes, same shifting face, same serene smile. Then we have a conversation, Kenjaku said. Without interruptions. Where's Gojo? Izuku asked. Occupied. I have associates keeping him busy elsewhere. Don't worry, he's not dead. I need him alive for now. Kenjaku's eyes locked onto Izuku. I came for you, Midoriya. Specifically. To study me? Recruit me? Kill me? Yes. Kenjaku smiled. All 3, depending on how this conversation goes. Izuku stepped forward. Maki grabbed his arm. Don't. I have to. He won't talk if I'm hiding behind everyone else. Izuku gently removed her hand. Stay close. All of you. If this goes bad, hit him with everything you have. He walked toward Kenjaku. The ancient sorcerer watched him approach with an expression of genuine fascination. You've grown since Osaka. Dramatically. Your stockpile, it's magnificent. I can feel it from here, pressing against my senses. All that accumulated power, constantly growing, constantly building. What do you want? To understand you. Kenjaku began circling him slowly, studying him from every angle. You're not from this world. Your power doesn't follow our rules. And yet here you are, slotting into our system like you were designed for it. Don't you find that curious? I find a lot of things curious. Like why a 1,000-year-old sorcerer is wasting time talking to a teenager instead of executing his master plan. Because you are my master plan. Kenjaku stopped circling. Or rather, you could be. The culling game needs a catalyst, a source of unprecedented cursed energy to fuel the final phase. I originally planned to use Gojo, but he's too stable. Too controlled. His power is immense but static. And mine isn't. Yours grows. Endlessly. Without limit. That's what I need, a power source that compounds, that escalates, that eventually reaches a critical mass sufficient to. Kenjaku stopped. Smiled. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You're not going to help me willingly. I knew that in Osaka. Then why are we talking? Because I wanted to give you a choice. One last chance before things get ugly. Kenjaku's expression shifted. The serene mask cracked, and underneath was something ancient, calculating, and utterly without mercy. Help me, and I'll make you a god. The strongest being in any dimension. Power beyond anything you've ever imagined. No. I thought not. Kenjaku sighed. In that case, I have a backup plan. He snapped his fingers. The air behind Izuku split open. Not a curse technique, something deeper, more fundamental. A dimensional tear, similar to the rift that had brought him to this world. And through it stepped the commission echo. But not the shadowy, unstable thing Izuku had confronted in his dormitory. This was something else entirely. Something that had been growing, feeding, evolving while he wasn't looking. It was massive. 20 feet tall, humanoid, composed of interlocking faces that shifted and screamed. Bakugo's rage. Uraraka's false sweetness. All Might's disappointment. The Commission's cold authority. Todoroki's indifference. Ida's rigid judgment. Every person who had ever abandoned him, fused into a single entity of pure concentrated betrayal. "I've been feeding it," Kenjaku said conversationally. "While you were processing your guilt and starving it of emotional energy, I was supplementing its diet. Cursed energy from my reserves. Negative emotions harvested from the barrier colonies. A little dimensional manipulation to accelerate its growth. You weaponized my trauma. I weaponized everything. That's what I do." Kenjaku stepped back, the serene smile returning. "Kill it or die trying. Either outcome gives me useful data. And the cursed energy released by your battle will fuel the culling game's final phase regardless." He vanished. Simply ceased to exist in that space, his presence withdrawing like smoke. The commission echo turned all its faces toward Izuku. And smiled. "Hello, Deku," it said in 100 voices. "Miss us? Everyone move." Izuku barely got the words out before the echo attacked. Its fist came down like a building falling. The impact cratered the ground, sent shockwaves rippling through the earth. Everyone scattered, combat-trained reflexes taking over, each sorcerer finding their position without conscious thought. "That thing's special grade," Mei called out, already airborne on her crow summons. "High special grade. Maybe the highest I've ever sensed." "It's got my memories," Izuku shouted back, dodging a sweep of the echo's arm. "It knows how I fight. It knows my patterns, my weaknesses, everything. Then fight differently." Nobara was already in position, nails ready. "What does it not know? You. All of you. It's built from my old life, it doesn't know anything about the people here. Then we're the advantage." Maki appeared at his side, polearm raised. "Tell us what to do." The echo spoke again, its voices overlapping. "You think these people can help you? They're temporary. Everyone in your life is temporary. We're the only constant, the pain, the betrayal, the certainty that you'll never be enough." "Shut up," Izuku said, and hit it. His burst release slammed into the echo's midsection. The impact was massive, he felt it in his bones, his teeth, his soul. The echo staggered back a step. Then it hit him back. He went through 2 walls and a training dummy before Maki caught him, bracing against his momentum with her enhanced physical strength. "Okay," he gasped, climbing to his feet. "It's stronger than me. Significantly. Then we don't fight it head-on." Megumi was already deploying his Shikigami, divine dogs flanking wide, new circling overhead. "We overwhelm it with variety. Techniques it can't predict." Megumi's right. Izuku's analytical mind kicked into overdrive. "It knows my fighting style because it's built from my memories. But it can't predict techniques it's never seen. Everyone, use your most unorthodox abilities. Things you'd never use in a normal fight. Surprise it." They attacked. Nobara led with resonance, decay, her nails embedding in the echo's legs and detonating with sympathetic damage. The echo stumbled, surprised. It hadn't expected an attack that bypassed physical defense. Miwa deployed her simple domain, creating a zone around the echo's left arm that locked its movement. The echo tried to swing and found its limb trapped, frozen in the domain's absolute territory. Nishimiya dive-bombed from above, her broom trailing cursed energy that she'd supercharged with a technique Izuku had never seen. The broom split into a dozen copies, each one hammering the echo from a different angle. Yuji hit it with Black Flash, that rare, perfect convergence of physical impact and cursed energy that multiplied damage exponentially. The echo's chest caved inward. Megumi's divine dog, Totality, the merged form of his two dogs, latched onto the echo's leg and tore. Panda shifted into his gorilla form and caught the echo's descending fist, holding it in place through sheer brute strength. And Mei-Mei's crow swarm descended, hundreds of birds imbued with her cursed energy, pecking and clawing and distracting. The echo was being hit from every direction by techniques it had never encountered, styles it couldn't predict, combinations that no single fighter could produce. It was working. More. Izuku charged back in, his stockpile roaring. He ducked under the echo's guard, it expected him to go high, based on his MHA training patterns, and struck low, a burst release to the knee that dropped the giant to one leg. Nobara. The faces. Nobara understood. The echo's power came from the faces embedded in its body, each one a manifestation of someone who betrayed Izuku, each one a source of the emotional energy that sustained it. Destroy the faces, weaken the whole. Her nails found Bakugo's face first. This is for making him feel worthless. The nail detonated. Bakugo's screaming visage shattered like glass. The echo screamed, a single voice lost from the chorus. And this, another nail, another face. Uraraka's false smile, exploding into fragments. Is for using his trust against him. Nobara, watch out, the echo's arm swept toward her. Maki intercepted, her polearm deflecting the blow at the cost of her footing. She slid back 20 feet, her shoes carving trenches in the ground. Izuku was there instantly, catching the follow-up strike on his forearms, stockpiled energy absorbing the impact. He grunted, felt something crack in his left arm, and didn't care. Maki. Are you, fine? Keep fighting. The echo was adapting. Despite the unfamiliar techniques, it was learning, starting to predict patterns after seeing them once. Its movements became faster, more efficient. The faces that remained on its body glowed brighter, channeling more emotional energy. And then it spoke with all might's voice. Young Midoriya. I'm disappointed in you. Running away to another world, playing house with girls instead of facing your responsibilities. You were supposed to be a hero. You were supposed to carry the torch. Izuku's hands shook. Despite everything, despite the processing, the healing, the love and support, those words still cut. Don't listen to it. Nobara's voice, sharp and certain. That's not him. That's a curse wearing his face. I know. But his stockpile wavered. The guilt surged, and the echo drank it in. It grew larger. Stronger. The remaining faces multiplied, new ones appearing, classmates, teachers, strangers who'd looked at a quirkless boy with pity or contempt. The sum total of every negative interaction, every moment of doubt, every instance where someone had decided Izuku Midoriya wasn't enough. You'll never be enough. The echo's chorus was deafening. Not in your world. Not in this one. You're a placeholder. A bandage on a wound that won't heal. Shut up. Izuku's cursed energy exploded, uncontrolled, raw, pouring out of him in waves that cracked the ground and shattered windows. You don't get to tell me what I am. Not anymore. He charged. But the echo caught his fist this time, its massive hand wrapping around his arm. It lifted him off the ground, held him at eye level. Dozens of faces stared at him with contempt, pity, anger, indifference. Let go, he snarled. Why? So you can run back to your new family. Your new women. The ones who'll eventually realize you're broken beyond repair. The echo's smile was all might's, warm, heroic, completely wrong. You can't outrun what you are, Deku. You're cursed. In every world, in every life, you'll always be the one who gets left behind. Something inside Izuku cracked. Not the way it had when Naoya threatened Maki. Not anger, not determination, not righteous fury. This was deeper. This was the crack where the light got in. Because the Echo was right about one thing, he couldn't outrun what he was. He couldn't process his trauma by fighting it, couldn't defeat his pain through sheer force of will. But he could accept it. Yeah, he said quietly. Maybe I am cursed. Maybe I'll always carry this. Maybe there's a part of me that'll never fully heal. The Echo's grip tightened, feeding on the admission. But here's the thing, Izuku looked up, and his eyes were clear. Clearer than they'd been since the day he fell through the rift. I'm not alone anymore. And that changes everything. He reached inward. Not for his stockpile, for something deeper. The connections he'd built. The warmth of Maki's hand. The fire of Nobara's kiss. Miwa's quiet support. Nishimiya's challenging grin. Mei-Mei's grudging respect. Shoko's careful concern. Yuji's unconditional friendship. Megumi's steady loyalty. All of it. Every connection, every moment of genuine care, every instance of being seen and valued and chosen. He pulled it into his stockpile. Not their energy, their meaning. The emotional weight of being loved, being wanted, being enough. It wasn't cursed energy and it wasn't positive energy and it wasn't anything that had a name in any textbook. But it burned. The Echo felt it too. Its grip loosened as the new energy flooded Izuku's reserves, something it couldn't digest, couldn't feed on, couldn't understand. What are you doing? Its voices were confused for the first time. That's not, you can't, resonance. Izuku shouted. Not Nobara's technique. His own. The sharing ability he'd used to boost allies, but reversed. Instead of giving energy to others, he pulled their intent toward him. Their will to fight, their desire to protect, their refusal to let him face this alone. And they answered. Every sorcerer on the field felt the pull. Felt the connection snap taut between them and Izuku. And without hesitation, without question, they pushed. Maki's ferocity. Nobara's defiance. Miwa's determination. Nishimiya's boldness. Mei-Mei's precision. Yuji's heart. Megumi's resolve. Panda's loyalty. Shoko's steadiness. All of it, flowing through the resonance connection into Izuku's stockpile. Not replacing his power, amplifying it. Transforming it. Full stockpile release. Everything. Every ounce of cursed energy he'd accumulated since the day he fell through the rift. Every curse he'd killed, every technique he'd absorbed, every bit of ambient negativity he'd processed. 6 weeks of compound growth, unleashed in a single moment. Plus the new energy. The nameless force that came from being genuinely, truly loved. The Echo had 1 second to realize what was happening. In that second, every face on its body shifted to the same expression, fear. Izuku hit it with everything he had. The explosion was visible from across Tokyo. A pillar of green-black energy streaked through with gold. The gold was new, the gold was the connections, the gold was the people who chose him, rising from Jujutsu High's campus into the night sky. The commission Echo didn't scream. It didn't have time. One moment it existed, the accumulated trauma of a lifetime of rejection and betrayal, given form and power and malice. The next moment, it was nothing. Not defeated. Not sealed. Not exorcised. Gone. Unmade. Every face, every voice, every whispered doubt, every remembered cruelty, all of it, converted into fuel for the very power it tried to destroy. Izuku hung in the air for one impossibly long second. His body was saturated with energy, every cell blazing, every nerve singing with power that had no precedent and no limit. Then the energy faded. His stockpile settled. And he fell. He hit the ground hard. Would have hit it harder if Maki hadn't been there, catching him, lowering him to the scorched earth with hands that shook despite her iron control. "Idiot," she whispered. "Absolute idiot." Did it work? It worked. Nobara appeared on his other side, her face pale. "It's gone. Completely gone. Even the dimensional residue is dissipating." "Good." His vision was blurring. "Good. That's good. Stay awake." Shoko was suddenly there, her hands glowing with healing technique. "Your reserves are at 0. Your body burned through everything to power that attack. If you fall asleep now, you might not wake up." "I'll wake up." He was so tired. "I always wake up." Midoriya. Maki's voice. Sharp. Scared. "Stay with me. I'm here." He forced his eyes open. Saw her face above him, fierce and terrified and beautiful. "I'm not going anywhere. Promise me." "I promise." She kissed his forehead. Gentle. The gentlest thing he'd ever felt from her. He passed out anyway. He woke up to sunlight. It was warm on his face, coming through the infirmary window at an angle that meant late afternoon. He'd been out for at least 12 hours. The first thing he noticed was the weight. Someone, Maki, was asleep in the chair beside his bed, her hand wrapped around his. Her polearm leaned against the wall. She was still wearing her combat clothes, torn and blood-stained. She hadn't left. The second thing he noticed was Nobara. She was sitting on the windowsill, legs dangling, staring out at the campus. She turned when she heard him shift, and the relief on her face was so raw it made his chest hurt. "Hey," she said. "Hey. You're alive. Seems like it." "Shoko said your reserves are regenerating. Slowly, but they're coming back." Nobara hopped off the windowsill and walked to his bedside. "Your stockpile's at about 5% of what it was before the blast. Everything you'd accumulated, 6 weeks of growth, it's gone. Not gone. Spent." Izuku tried to sit up. His body complained, but it obeyed. "The stockpile will rebuild. It always does." Gojo confirmed that. "He showed up about an hour after you passed out." Nobara's expression shifted. He'd dealt with Kenjaku's diversion force, but Kenjaku himself escaped. He's still out there. The culling game. Disrupted. The barrier colonies collapsed when the anchors were destroyed. Kenjaku lost months of preparation in a single night. She paused. "He'll try again. But we bought time. And the awakened civilians? Most of them were neutralized when the barriers fell. Their cursed energy dissipated without the anchors sustaining it. A few retained partial abilities. Jujutsu High is handling their cases individually." Izuku processed all of this. Then he looked down at Maki's hand, still holding his even in sleep. "How long has she been here?" "Since they brought you in." 14 hours. I had to force her to drink water." Nobara sat on the edge of his bed. Miwa came by with flowers. Nishimiya brought contraband snacks. Mei left a card that just says, "Don't die, you owe me a mission." Very on brand. "And Shoko?" "She pretended to review your charts for about 3 hours straight. She wasn't actually reading them. She was just sitting with you." Nobara's voice softened. "You scared all of us, Midoriya. I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. Be better." She flicked his forehead gently. "You burned through everything to kill that thing. Everything. Gojo said if your stockpile hadn't started regenerating immediately, you would have died. But I didn't. But you could have." Her eyes were bright. "You keep doing this, throwing yourself at impossible things, sacrificing everything, treating your life like it's less important than everyone else's. And I need you to stop. I can't promise that. I know. She took his other hand. So promise me something else. Promise that you'll always come back. No matter how bad it gets, no matter what you have to sacrifice, you come back. To us. To you and Maki. To all of us. She squeezed his hand. You built something here, Midoriya. Something real. A family. And families don't just lose members without fighting like hell to get them back. Izuku felt his throat tighten. Not from sadness, from something bigger, warmer, more overwhelming. I promise, he said. I'll always come back. Nobara leaned forward and kissed him. Soft. Not the fierce, desperate kiss from the tunnels or the aggressive claim from the inn. Just soft. Like she was confirming that he was real, that he was here, that he was hers. Maki's hand tightened on his. She was awake, probably had been for a while. Stop kissing my partner, she mumbled without opening her eyes. I haven't gotten my turn yet. Our partner, Nobara corrected. Fine. Our partner. Maki sat up, rubbing her eyes. She looked at Izuku, and her expression crumbled, just for a second, a flash of vulnerability before the walls went back up. You look terrible. I feel terrible. Good. You deserve it. She leaned over and kissed him too. Not soft, firm, possessive, definite. Don't ever do that again. Which part? The part where I thought you were dead. Her voice cracked on the last word. She covered it with a cough. The infirmary beds are too small for this many people. When you're cleared, you're coming back to the dorm and sleeping in an actual bed. Whose dorm? Nobara asked. Does it matter? Suppose not. Izuku looked at them both, these fierce, stubborn, brilliant women who'd fought an echo of his worst memories and won. Who'd poured their strength into him when he needed it most. Who were currently arguing about sleeping arrangements while holding his hands. He started laughing. It surprised everyone, including himself. It wasn't bitter or manic or hysterical. It was genuine, warm, free, the kind of laugh that comes from somewhere deep and refuses to be contained. What's so funny? Nobara demanded. Nothing. Everything. He couldn't stop. Tears were forming at the corners of his eyes. A month and a half ago, I was dying in an alley. Quirkless. Friendless. Completely alone. And now I'm in a hospital bed surrounded by people arguing about who gets to sleep next to me. We're not arguing, you absolutely are. He squeezed both their hands. And I love it. I love all of this. He stopped himself. Not because it wasn't true, but because the words felt too big for a hospital room. Maki and Nobara looked at him. Then at each other. Then back at him. Say it, Maki said. What? The thing you almost said. Say it. Her eyes were intense. You almost died 6 hours ago. If there was ever a time for big, stupid emotional declarations, it's now. I love you. The words came out easier than he expected. Both of you. Differently, but equally. I love you. Nobara's face went red. Maki's jaw tightened. Then they both squeezed his hands so hard he thought they might break. Took you long enough, Nobara whispered. Idiot, Maki added. But she was smiling. Really smiling, the kind that reached her eyes and softened every hard edge. The door opened. Yuji poked his head in, saw the scene, and immediately tried to back out. Oh, sorry, I'll just, get in here, Itadori. Maki's voice was commander-sharp. Everyone should hear this. Yuji entered, followed by Megumi, Miwa, Nishimiya, Panda, Mei Mei, and Shoko. They filed in one by one, filling the small infirmary room until it was standing room only. Izuku looked at them all. His people. His family. "Thank you," he said. "All of you. For what you did today. For the past 6 weeks. For everything. Don't get sappy on us." Nishimiya was perched on the counter, dangling her legs. "We didn't do it for gratitude. We did it because you make us stronger. All of us." "She's right." Megumi leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "Your tactical coordination during the anchor assault was the difference between success and failure. Every team executed because your planning gave them the framework to operate within. And your dumb sacrifice play gave us the emotional motivation to push harder," Yuji added. "Nothing motivates like seeing your friend almost die. In a bad way, obviously, but still. What they're trying to say," Miwa stepped forward, blushing but determined, "is that you're important. Not just because you're strong, or because your technique is unique, or because Gojo-sensei says you might be the future of Jujutsu sorcery. You're important because you're you. Because you care. Because you see us." "That's what I was trying to say," Yuji protested. "Mine was just less eloquent." "Everything you do is less eloquent," Megumi said. The room dissolved into overlapping conversations, laughter, arguments about who'd performed best during the battle. Nobara insisted her face-shattering nail strikes were the highlight. Nishimiya claimed her broom multiplication technique was more impressive. Panda pointed out that he'd physically held the Echo's fist and nobody was giving him credit. Izuku watched it all. Felt the warmth of it, the noise, the chaotic, messy, beautiful reality of people who chose to be together. Shoko caught his eye from the doorway. She raised her coffee cup in a small salute. "Stay human," her eyes said. "Keep these anchors." He nodded. Mei, standing in the corner with her arms crossed, mouthed, "You still owe me a mission." He smiled. And Gojo, who had appeared in the window frame at some point without anyone noticing, because of course he had, grinned down at the whole scene. "So," he said, and everyone shut up and looked at him. "You basically built yourself a whole squad, huh?" Izuku laughed again. "I think they built themselves, honestly. That's what makes you dangerous, kid. You make everyone around you want to be stronger." Gojo paused, something genuine flickering across his features. "Even me." Another pause. "Don't tell anyone I said that." "Too late," Nobara said. "I'm telling everyone. I'm putting it on a plaque," Nishimiya added. "I'm making it my phone wallpaper," Yuji contributed. Gojo vanished from the window, presumably to escape the mockery. His laughter echoed back across the campus. That evening, Izuku stood on the rooftop of the main building. His body ached. His stockpile was rebuilding, slowly filling back up from ambient cursed energy. 5%. 6. 7. By tomorrow it would be double digits, and within a week he'd be back to operational levels. Within a month, he'd be stronger than he was before the Echo fight. Because that was how cursed stockpile worked. Spend it all, build it back higher. Every cycle left him more powerful than the last. Kenjaku was still out there. The culling game was disrupted but not destroyed. Naoya Zenin was plotting revenge from wherever his rehabilitation had him stashed. And the Jujutsu world was full of curses and conspiracies and threats that hadn't been born yet. But tonight, none of that mattered. Maki appeared on his left. She didn't announce herself, just settled into the space beside him, her shoulder pressing against his. After a moment, her hand found his. Nobara took his right. Her approach was louder, footsteps on the roof tiles, a muttered curse when she almost tripped, but she ended up in the same position. Shoulder to shoulder. Hand in hand. They stood together, looking out over Tokyo's lights. The city had survived. Damaged, shaken, but alive. Gojo says Kenjaku will try again within 6 months, Maki said. He'll rebuild his plans. Find new anchors. New strategies. Then we have 6 months to get ready, Izuku replied. Your stockpile will be back to full within weeks, Nobara added. And stronger than before. Plus, now we know how to coordinate as a team. Kenjaku won't catch us off guard again. And the women of Jujutsu High's finest continue to gather, Maki said dryly. Miwa's been blushing every time you walk by for weeks. Nishimiya's not even subtle about it. Mei literally told me she's invested in you. And I'm fairly certain Shoko has feelings she'll never admit to. I don't, that's not, relax. Maki squeezed his hand. I told you from the beginning, we figure it out together. All of us. On our terms. The old Jujutsu families built their legacies through arranged marriages and forced breeding programs, Nobara said. Controlled who had children with whom, maximized cursed energy inheritance. It was disgusting. We're not doing that, Izuku said firmly. Obviously not. We're doing the opposite. Nobara's voice carried an edge of something revolutionary. We're choosing. Freely. Every person who wants to be part of this, part of us, chooses it because they want to. No obligations. No bloodline politics. No old men deciding who deserves love. Maki's clan tried to control her body her entire life, she continued. The commission tried to control yours. I won't let that happen here. This is OURS. Whatever shape it takes, whatever people it includes, it belongs to us. Izuku was quiet for a long moment. Then, you've both thought about this a lot. We had 14 hours while you were unconscious, Maki said. We talked. About what? About what we want. What kind of future we're fighting for. And who we want to share it with. Maki turned to face him. I want a family, Midoriya. A real one. Not the Zenin clan's version, children bred for power, treated as assets. A family built on choice and respect and genuine connection. And I want a life that matters, Nobara added. Not just fighting and dying for a world that doesn't appreciate it. I want something to come home to. Someone to come home to. And the others? Izuku asked. Miwa, Nishimiya, Mei. That's their choice to make. And yours. Maki's expression was serious. We're not asking you to decide right now. We're asking you to be open. To let it happen naturally. To stop thinking you don't deserve good things. Izuku looked at the city below. At the lights that represented millions of lives he'd helped save today. At the campus behind him where people he loved were sleeping safely because he'd fought for them. He thought about his old world. About the boy who'd been told he was worthless, who'd earned a power beyond his dreams, who'd had it stolen away by the people he trusted most. That boy was gone. In his place stood something new. A sorcerer. A leader. A partner. A man who'd been broken and rebuilt himself from the pieces, stronger at every fracture point. Okay, he said. Okay what? Okay to everything. Being open. Letting things happen. Building something new. He pulled both of them closer. I'm done running from good things. I'm done thinking I need to earn the right to be happy. About damn time, Nobara said. Finally, Maki added. He kissed Maki first, slow, deep, a promise and a foundation. Then Nobara, fierce, bright, a challenge and a celebration. Below them, Tokyo glittered. Curses lurked in every shadow. Ancient conspiracies wound through the Jujutsu world's foundations. Enemies plotted and planned and prepared. And up here, three people who'd chosen each other stood together and decided that the future was worth fighting for. Not because they were destined to win. Not because they were the strongest. But because they'd found something worth protecting. Something that grew stronger the more they invested in it. Something that, unlike cursed energy, had no maximum capacity and no diminishing returns. Nobara broke the silence first, because of course she did. You know more girls are going to show up, right? You've got that whole, tortured hero who actually listens thing going on. It's catnip. As long as they can fight, Maki said, I don't care. Izuku opened his mouth to say something about how that wasn't how relationships were supposed to work, about societal norms and reasonable expectations and maybe some kind of structure. Shut up, Midoriya, they said in unison. He shut up. He smiled. And somewhere inside him, his stockpile hummed, not with cursed energy, not with borrowed power, not with anything that could be measured or quantified. With something better. Something that would keep growing, keep building, keep compounding, as long as he had people worth fighting for. And he did. He really, finally, absolutely did. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.